My name is Erica. When I was 16, I was led away from my friends at a music festival. The man leading me had presented himself as security. The reflective yellow mesh vest he was wearing had the word security written on the back. He also had a walkie-talkie attached to the vest that had beeped a few times, and he spoke into it. In retrospect, I don't believe that walkie-talkie was even transmitting a signal, because there was never anyone on the other end talking back. But hindsight's always 20/20. You have lots of time to think about things after they've already happened. Summer 2007, me and 2 of my friends got tickets to the Vans Warped Tour in Darien, New York. We got there just as the sun was coming up, but we still weren't even close to being at the front of the line. It was supposed to be an overcast day, but the sun managed to avoid all the clouds, making very little shade for anyone to seek cover in. We were sunburned by 10 and still had an hour to wait until the gates were open. Then, out of nowhere, I'm approached by a guy, mid-40s I'd say, balding with wispy hair at the top, no tattoos or piercings. He was a big, tall, beer-belly guy. If he hadn't have been wearing the yellow mesh security vest that barely fit around his shoulders, he could have been easily mistaken for just a regular festival attendee. He was slowly walking down from the front of the line. My friend Jesse noticed him making his way closer to us and thought that he'd be checking our tickets. At least that's what it looked like he was doing when he'd occasionally stop and talk to a random group of people in line. That was another thing that I should have been a little more suspicious about. The man in the yellow vest wasn't stopping for everyone. Sure enough, though, as he walked by us, I made eye contact with him and he slowed to a stop. Then he spun around and said, "Tickets, please? Can I see your tickets?" This was all of our first times going to Warped Tour. We didn't know this wasn't part of the experience. After we presented them, he says, "Oh, hold on," then steps away a few feet and talks into his walkie-talkie. When he's done talking, he strolls back to us. What if he thought our tickets were fake? We didn't know why he'd approach us a second time until he pointed his finger out to me and said, "One of the guys in All Time Low wants me to bring you backstage." I was caught off guard, but instantly blinded by wanting to believe it was true. Blinded enough to walk away from my friends with an older man wearing a yellow vest. The first question I asked was, "Can my friends come with?" But the man said something like, "There'd be 1,000,000 people backstage if everyone brought their group of friends along. I can only take you." Turning to both of them, they wholeheartedly encouraged me to go, both of them still hugging on to each other with shocked excitement for me. We made a plan to stay in touch via text and to meet back up later when they were inside the gates. I followed the yellow vest towards the entrance to Darien Lake Fields. As we got closer to the tall chain-link fences that separated out from in, we veered to the right and began walking the perimeter of the fence. Of course we wouldn't be going through the main gates by the Ferris wheel. I was probably being led to an entrance that was closed off to the public. From behind the tarp-covered fences, I can hear instruments ring out as distant sound checks take place, but it never grows louder. Turning around, I saw how far away we were by the top of the roller coaster, distant in the landscape behind me. We walked far enough from the fairgrounds that I decided to finally ask where we were going. Now in a large, dusty parking lot, the man turns and says, "We're going to their tour bus. It's only a bit further." I take out my phone to text Jesse an update as to where I am and what I'm doing, but before I can slide my lock screen open, he grabs my phone from me and tells me cell phones aren't allowed while doing a meet and greet. Well, I'd never been to a meet and greet before. I guess he knew. I froze when he took my phone, but I didn't say anything. It wasn't that I trusted him. Something in my gut told me this was wrong, but I already had come so far from the crowd, from my friends, far from help, that I didn't know what to do. I was 16, naive, and completely unprepared for the kind of danger I was in. We kept walking, my heart pounding faster now. The sounds of the festival faded behind us until it was just the 2 of us, alone in this dusty parking lot. I glanced around, hoping to see someone, anyone, but the lot was nearly empty. Only one car was parked off to the side, a beaten-up sedan that looked abandoned. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't right. There was no bus. I slowed my pace, trying to come up with an excuse to turn back, but he noticed immediately. "Come on, it's just up here," he said, pointing towards the far end of the lot, but I didn't move. I couldn't. Every instinct was screaming for me to get out of there. I think I should go back," I stammered, turning around, ready to bolt. Before I could even take a step, his hand clamped down on my arm, hard. "No, you're coming with me," he growled. And in an instant, he was pulling me off the path towards a dumpster at the edge of the lot. Panic was all that flooded my mind. I started kicking, thrashing, anything to get free. But he was strong, much stronger than me. My feet barely touched the ground as he dragged me, his grip like a vice on my arm. I screamed, loud and piercing, hoping someone, anyone, would hear me. But the festival was so far away, and the lot was too empty. He shoved me behind the dumpster, pressing me against the cold metal. I could feel my heart racing, blood pounding in my ears. I screamed again, but his hand moved to my throat, cutting off my air. My vision blurred, spots dancing in front of my eyes. I clawed at his arm, digging my nails into his skin, but he didn't even flinch. Just as the darkness started to close in, he loosened his grip for a moment, and I gasped, sucking in air. I managed one more scream before he slammed me against the dumpster, the back of my head cracking against the metal. Pain shot through my skull, and I felt something warm trickle down the back of my neck. I thought I might be bleeding. Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack echoed through the lot. The man's grip on me slackened, and he slumped to the ground. I blinked, trying to focus. Saw a group of guys standing there, one of them holding a skateboard like a weapon. He must have hit my attacker over the head. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, his voice urgent but kind. I could barely nod, still in shock and in pain. The man who had grabbed me was lying unconscious near the dumpster, his chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. I guess he was alive. One of the guys stayed with him, pulling out his phone to call the cops. The others gathered around me, guiding me away from the scene. "We saw what happened," one of them explained as we walked. "We were just hanging out, smoking a blunt in the car, and we noticed the security guy dragging you. At first we didn't know what to do, 'cause smoking pot, but we saw him choke you. We knew we had to do something." And thank God they did. They led me back towards the festival, towards safety. Their voices were a mix of concern and adrenaline, their immature nature only tempered by the reality of what had just happened. They were still kids, really, just like me, but they saved me. They might have just saved my life, I told them. By the time we reached the security and medical tent, I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. The staff rushed to my side, taking over from the guys who had rescued me. As I was being checked over, one of the festival's actual security guards arrived, questioning me about what had happened. The police came shortly after, and they took my statement, assuring me that the man who had attacked me would be dealt with and that I was safe now. But the terror of those moments in the parking lot, they stayed with me long after their visit. Thankfully, I just had to give a statement, and my rescuers also gave a statement. They were witnesses, and I never had to see that guy again, thankfully. But I know he was dealt with. It's hard not to get caught up thinking about the negative and traumatic pieces of the story. Trust me, I know. But that day, a group of strangers made a choice to act when they saw something wrong. Their quick thinking and courage saved me from a situation that could have ended very differently. So I share this story as a bit of a warning. A reminder that in public places like concerts where you can feel safe, surrounded by people and music, it's important to stay aware of your surroundings. Trust your instincts, stick close to your friends, and never let your guard down, no matter how innocent or spectacular the situation might seem. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I recently decided to try Hinge for the first time and quickly matched with a guy named Max. We talked for 2 weeks, had a ton in common, really hit it off, all that junk. He was handsome, athletic, funny. Some people would have seen those as red flags, but live and learn. Our first date was a picnic on the beach, and he actually looked like his picture, so I called it a win. He took me to the fair for our second date, and I thought there might actually be a future for us, so I decided to take the initiative for date 3. I invited him to my apartment for dinner and a movie. We had chicken Alfredo with garlic bread and caramel cake for dessert, my grandmother's special recipe. Afterwards, we cozied up on the couch with a little wine and started a movie. Pretty early on, we began making out, but I ended things before they could go further, gave him the whole like to take things slow speech. Max took it like a gentleman, poured us some more wine, and we put our attention back on the movie. That's the thing about a lifetime of bad relationships. You tend to fall for the first guy who treats you like a human being. Big mistake. I felt the drugs as soon as they kicked in, and let's just say my tolerance for narcotics isn't 0. I tried making it to the front door, screaming for help all the while, but Max grabbed me, clamped his hand over my mouth. With the last of my strength, I threw my weight into him and managed to push us into the wall, where we fell to the floor, tangled. Once on the ground, he easily got on top of me and wrapped his hands around my throat. My air was instantly shut off mid-gasp. It felt like my lungs were on fire, and my vision faded. I don't know if I can say that my whole life flashed before my eyes. It was more of a montage, all of my best and worst moments, along with a handful of the mundane playing on a simultaneous loop. The books I would never read, the shows I would never finish, the places I would never see. The instant before I lost full consciousness, I remember thinking, all of this because I didn't want to be single anymore. I'm telling you, if you ever want to get a new perspective on life, have a near-death experience. That shit changes you. But unlike what you see on TV, I didn't have any dreams or visions. Once I was out, I was out. Game over, black screen, sweet nothingness. When I began to regain consciousness, it felt like waking up in the morning. For a split second, I thought everything was normal. Then the pain started to set in. My whole body was sore, but my head and throat were throbbing, and it hurt like hell to swallow. That's when it all came flooding back to me, and I sat up screaming. I was in the hospital. My mom was there, and nurses began flooding into the room, everyone trying to reassure me. When I finally calmed down, I was informed that all of my neighbors heard the fight and came to the rescue. At first, they called 911, but when the screaming stopped, because I was being choked to death, the operator advised them to wait for the police. It was the elderly man who lived across from me that got a crowbar and forced his way in early. I've known Mr. Walters for years, and I'll be baking that man a cake every weekend for the rest of his life now. By then, half of the building was gathered and Max was subdued until he could be arrested. As it turns out, the lady who lives under me is a nurse, and she helped me the best she could until the ambulance arrived. A few days later, I learned a lot about Max, one being that Max wasn't his real name, but also that he was wanted in a neighboring state for an unsolved murder. It sounds like his trial is going to be a long one, but I'm determined to testify against him if at all possible, especially since at least one other victim can't. To cut a long story short, there I was, working late shifts or doubles, exhausted, sitting in the back seat of a vehicle completely alone. Two strange men sat in the front, and it didn't take me long to realize I wasn't safe. I knew without a doubt that they had no intention of letting me go. In my gut, I felt it. They were going to root me, kill me, and dump my body somewhere. The van idled in a desolate area. The only sound was the faint clicking of an empty booze bottle at my feet. There wasn't a single light in sight, except for the faint glow from my smartphone. It was in that moment, when the reality of the situation hit me like a punch to the gut, that my instincts kicked in. I knew I had one shot, just one chance to say something that might save my life. If I said the wrong thing, it was over. I wouldn't see my son again. I opened my mouth, praying I'd say something smart enough to get through the man behind the wheel. Everything had been leading up to this moment, when I got into the staff transport that evening and saw that the driver wasn't our usual guy. He'd explained to us that he was the brother of the regular driver, and the man next to him was his friend. But then I noticed the empty beer bottles scattered on the floor and the heavy smell of alcohol. It all started to click. The guys in the van had been dropped off one by one, and I was the only woman left. I was the last passenger. Suddenly, I was seeing my life flash before my eyes. I realized that every single person who had been in the van could be a witness. They knew that I was the last person dropped off. That's when I said something. I can't remember the exact words, but whatever I said must have struck a chord, because the driver seemed to snap out of it. It was like he'd sobered up in an instant, realizing how badly this could end for him if anything happened to me. It was as if someone had slapped him across the face. Without a word, he quickly started the van, turned back onto the road, and pretended like he had just gotten lost. He drove me home, and I got out of the van by the skin of my teeth. I don't know if it was pure luck, the power of prayer, or something else, but I made it out that night alive. That night could have been my last, and I truly believe that if it weren't for that gut instinct and the fact that I had a smartphone with me back in 2008, I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have gotten married or had 3 more sons. The gut feeling is real. Always trust your instincts. It's your God-given survival kit. I've decided to share why I don't do dating apps. I tried Bumble last year because I like the sound of the girls having to text the guys first. I think a lot of us do. I eventually began talking to a guy named Zach, and by the 3rd week, he was the only one that I was talking to. We sent each other TikToks, watched the same movies at the same time, and had lots in common. But anytime I brought up FaceTiming, he had an excuse not to. If I was going to give online dating a try, I was going to do it right. I wanted proof that the person I was talking to actually existed. My friend once got to know a 25-year-old yoga instructor only to meet a 40-year-old tax assessor on the first date. I was determined not to share her fate, but mine turned out a bit worse. The more he pushed it off, the more suspicious I got. Finally, I threatened to block him if he didn't prove that he was who he said he was. I really expected him to either block me first or agree to FaceTime, but there was actually an unforeseen third option. 10 minutes later, I was informed that all of my social media passwords had been changed, and if I ever wanted to access them again, I should play nice. Obviously, I checked before responding. All of my apps were logged out, and my passwords weren't working. All of the messages and pictures that he had access to were flashing through my brain, and I wanted to crawl under my bed and die. He even sent me a few I'd forgotten about. He called me a whore, a narcissist, pretty much every derogatory name in the book. He asked me questions like, "Do you pose like that for every guy or just the ones who buy you dinner first?" If I didn't respond, he threatened to post the pictures. Up to this point, I thought he had only hacked my profiles and a couple of my apps. but it was so much worse than that. The whole time I was dealing with him, I was also texting my best friend, completely freaking out. I asked her to come over and Zach immediately messaged, "I don't know why you're bothering with Ashley. She can't do shit." He had hacked my actual phone. My first instinct was to turn it off, but then I realized that Zach also had my address, and that terrified me on a whole new level. I continued taking his abuse until Ashley arrived. I hadn't texted her again. I waited to tell her the newest revelation in person. Before I could finish explaining, she ripped the phone from my hands, turned it off, and reminded me that if he hacked into the phone, he had access to the camera and microphone. I would rather have all of my pictures posted than give that creeper another second's worth of footage. I tend to talk to myself about anything and everything, so he already had plenty. I'm sure he was getting off on my panic. Zach, if that's even his real name, was true to his word. My socials were flooded with my private messages, and I died internally. But mostly, I was afraid. He still had my address. Ashley went with me to get a new phone. I had to get a new Apple ID and spend the rest of my day apologizing to my friends and family for the images they were subjected to. Most everyone was very supportive to my face, so that was something. The police were worthless, no surprise there around here. I couldn't stay in my apartment alone, so I packed a bag and stayed with Ashley for a few days. Thank goodness I didn't save my friends' addresses. When I finally was brave enough to return home, my neighbor came out to tell me that a man named Zach had been looking for me the night before. I packed new clothes and went straight back to Ashley's. When I left work a few days later, a blue Accord followed me for a full 45 minutes, before finally going a different direction. That could have been a coincidence for the first half of the trip, but I purposely drove in circles at the end, and the car stayed with me for 2 full rotations. I drove around an additional half hour before returning to Ashley's, just to be safe. I didn't want to put my friend in danger, so I went home the next day. When I got there, I had a bouquet of roses leaning against my door. The card said, "I'll never give up on us." I called my parents and told them everything. An hour later, my dad was at my apartment with his suitcase and his .45. The following week, I had a new job, and the week after that, a new apartment. I never saw the blue Accord or heard from Zach again, and it's been a little over a year now. I definitely haven't tried online dating since, but if that's something you're going to do, please be careful what links you click. I met a guy through Tinder back in Chicago. He's the reason that I stopped using Tinder and never plan on using it again in the near future. He was incredibly handsome, with a shining, beautiful smile. We met and spent the afternoon walking by Lake Michigan, talking, having a good time. From our conversation, he was extremely interested in philosophy, but the sort of hippie type of philosophy, and also seemed to genuinely believe in conspiracies and all that stuff. He quoted stuff that I'd never heard before in my life and told me that he's read tons of books on that and encouraged me to read those and watch those about that too. Honestly, I can't recall what that even was. It happened a long time ago and it was not mainstream and sort of gothic. Also, I got to learn that he was unemployed because he left school. His family is apparently very wealthy. His dad, a lawyer, and he was talking about him, how he really wanted him to go back to school and get a decent job, but he refused. Eventually, he took me home, and when we got home, he kissed me. And it was one of the most mesmerizing kisses ever, just as the light outside started to fade away. The next day, that kiss stayed with me, and I wanted to meet him again. I waited 2 days with no messages when I decided to message him myself. And this is how it went. "Hey, how are you? What are you up to?" After a while. "I'm busy. I'm not in a good mood." "Oh, I'm sorry. Is everything okay?" "No, nothing's okay. I can't tell you though. You'll think I'm weird." "I hope it'll get better." "No, I won't think you're weird. Just tell me. Boy, was I wrong. I'm planning to kill my mom. What the fuck? That was like someone throwing a bucket of cold water in my face. My legs got weak. I started to feel fear closing in. I tried to regain my composure and then, me panicking. Please tell me you're joking. No, I'm not. I even wrote down how I would proceed to kill her. I would strangle her, how I would make it seem like it's not me who did it. Did she do something to you? No, I just feel this uncontrollable hatred towards her. Please, please don't do it. Yeah, I probably won't. I'm mentally unstable. I've had these thoughts before and I just made plans and didn't follow through. Maybe this time it'll be the same. I just can't push these thoughts away. Yeah, please just calm down, take a walk outside. Just don't be at home. He stopped responding. I didn't report this to the police. I was a foreigner in the U.S. and honestly wasn't sure if this was enough grounds to report anything to the police. I just sat in my apartment all day, being scared and nervous. Then the next day, he messaged me. Hey, I got over it. Nothing happened. Do you want to hang out? Needless to say, I couldn't run away from that faster. Really unfortunate. He had everything going for him. Smart, handsome, coming from an upper-class family. He was even going to La Jolla University before dropping out. But mental instability and illness takes everything away from you. I really hope the best for all of them. At my old middle school, there was a man that had been teaching English since my mom went to the same middle school years before. His name was Mr. H. He was one of the 2 8th-grade English teachers at the school, and I was not placed in his class. I was disappointed because Mr. H was supposed to be one of the cool teachers. All the student body loved him. He was old, nearing his early 80s by the time I was there, but fit for his age. He didn't look a day over 50. On his face, though, he had 3 large, very predominant scars that ran down his face and over his left eye, which he had covered with an eye patch. During a summer vacation in the 70s, Mr. H went on a solo hiking trip in Orange County. He was attacked by a cougar. If it wasn't for its deteriorated condition, Mr. H probably wouldn't have been able to fight it off. The cougar took out his eye with a swipe from its big paw. Mr. H was forced to start swinging blindly with the machete he had when the cougar was about to pounce again. Mr. H heard its legs dig into the gravel, and he knew which direction it was going to attack from. And with one Hail Mary home run swing, Mr. H made contact. The cat landed on him, sending both of them to the ground in a cloud of dust. The lifeless cat pinned Mr. H to the ground. He would then push the heavy creature off of him and walk back to civilization, injured and bloodied, before he could call for help. No cell phone days. When I told my mom the story, she was familiar with it, an alumni of the middle school herself. She was placed in his class for her 8th grade year. I was surprised to learn that. She'd never mentioned it before. I'd only heard from the older kids and some of their parents that Mr. H was the best. We didn't talk much more about it. Then I was nearing the end of high school, and we got to reminiscing about things. I brought up that teacher with the crazy scar and eye patch. I couldn't remember his name. So my mom says that she knew Mr. H before he had the scars, seeing him around when she was in 7th grade, and her 8th grade class was the first that he told the story to. Then, my mom says, that was a summer from hell. She tells me her best friend Jana was also attacked that summer, and as a result, the family moved away before the girls could start their school year together. On a late summer night, a radio station was having a contest, and Jana and my mom were listening to the broadcast. Jana was listening outside on her portable radio. She did this often as to not disturb the family by playing the radio in the house. Her plan, as she explained it to my mom through whispers over the phone, was to just run inside and use the phone if she knew the answer to the questions. My mom would also be listening to the radio, ready to answer the questions. This was a team effort. There were a series of questions, and in between them, they would have long musical breaks and advertisements. So while they waited for the DJs to come back on the airwaves, Jana decided to leave her gated patio deck and walked out to the front yard, where her and her mom were planting vegetables in a little garden. Although the patio had a little fence bordering it, the actual front yard did not. But the property line stretched far between the house and the street. The family had no animals, but that still made them feel more comfortable, having the sidewalk line be so far from the home. The neighborhood they lived in was also very safe, and what was about to happen was unheard of for that little residential neighborhood. While Jana is in the garden, she became distracted with the music and digging in the dirt with her small metal rake, when suddenly, the back of her shirt gets pulled with such lifting force that she goes from her hands and knees straight onto her back. Looking up, there's a man standing over her, staring at her through a paper bag mask with 2 holes ripped out for the eyes. Just as Jana is about to gather air in her lungs to scream, the man leans down, covering her mouth with his hand. He was wearing leather gloves, and the thick material began to smother her as he was trying to pick her up and take her to his car parked on the street. Jana still has the gardening rake in her hands, and using all the energy she has left, she thrusts it up through the paper bag mask, easily tearing into the material. The sharp prongs embedded themselves into the man's skin, deep enough for the rake to almost be pulled from her hand when the man dropped her back down. But as she fell back down into the grass, she held a tight grip on the handle of the rake, and it dragged down the man's entire face, shredding the mask and his flesh as he turned to run away. She never saw what he looked like, and she had no description for the police when she called to report the crime. The only evidence she had to prove her story was a shredded paper bag attached to a gardening rake and a vague description of the car. The incident traumatized Jana, and she didn't want to leave her house for the rest of the summer. My mom would always have to go to her house and hang out with her inside, with the few times they got to hang out before Jana left. My mom says that she would recount the story over and over, trying to figure out some missing piece. She never did figure it out, just a painful memory that caused her to live in constant fear. After telling me the story, it's kind of quiet. I don't know what to say. It sounds horrible. Then my mom asks if I think that her story and my story share similarities. Mr. H was a smaller built man. He was never extremely athletic, even in his youth when my mom attended school. Had he really fended off a 200-pound animal? Rumors began spreading around school that he hadn't traveled to Orange County that summer. Kids that weren't in his class, telling other kids they'd spotted him around town sometime over the summer. Those stories could have easily been fabricated for attention, and many kids didn't buy into them. But as my mom would gaze at the side of his head while he spoke in class, the scratches were still in the beginning stages of healing when school had started. My mom said they looked pretty identical to what the slashings of a gardening tool could have been. She remained suspicious. And I mean she remained suspicious for a very long time, without my knowledge. My mom had called the school and specifically asked for me not to be in Mr. H's class. This being a touchy thing, and knowing that I'd see the guy every day, that he was well liked, my mom didn't share all of this until I was in high school. While I was there, he outlasted any staff that had suspicions of where he'd gotten his injuries on his face that summer, and he was able to fully lean into his story for years. But what do you think? This was in 1995. I heard a knock at the door at about 2 a.m. We owned our own business, a campground and a bed and breakfast, I was used to strangers coming and going, so this shouldn't have felt any different. But instinctively, I had this feeling. I had 2 little girls, 7 and 5, so my instincts about things were always high on my radar, unlike my husband who trusted everyone. A sign hung on our door indicating we were closed. The summer season had ended, campers were gone, winter was here. But on this particular night, we were both awakened by the harsh sound of continuous knocking and our doorbell ringing. Someone was outside and seemed frantic, to say the least, at this ungodly hour. I whispered to my husband, "Someone's out there. Who would be knocking at the door at this hour?" Fear gripped me almost immediately as I peeked out the warped glass of the old window from upstairs. Sparkling snow glittered under our yard light, but no signs of fresh tire tracks in the snow. That was strange. We lived in the country, a small village about less than an hour away from the RCMP's office in town close by. I immediately summarized everything up quickly in my head as my husband pulled on a pair of jeans to go downstairs. I threw on my housecoat and soon followed my husband downstairs. But it was too late. He had let the stranger in. My heart pounded uncontrollably as I hid behind the kitchen door, which led into the office, where this stranger stood with my husband. They talked. I listened quietly. "I have amnesia," he said. Bullshit, I thought immediately. "I don't know how I got here. Can I use your washroom?" he asked, completely off topic. I was even more suspicious than ever. As my husband led him to the washroom, with all of the lights still out in the house, I ran for our portable phone in the living room. I sat on my steps leading upstairs to where my babies were sleeping. I was shaking as I called 911. I told them about this very strange stranger in our home. "Please hurry," I said. The conversation continued after the stranger went back into the office. The light dangled from the ceiling, rocking slightly. I could see that he was in his 20s, tall with light brown hair. What was this guy up to, I thought. "How many people are staying here?" he asked. "And how many rooms are in this house?" said the stranger with amnesia. What the hell, I thought. I peeked out the crack of the door so that only my husband could see me. I shook my finger, no, 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 to my trusting husband. "Would you mind if I slept here tonight? I'm so tired." He was determined, I thought. This guy reeked of evil. I knew it way before anything would happen. My instincts had kicked into high gear. He was up to something. My only comfort was knowing that the police were on their way. My heart was pounding. I was sure this stranger could hear me. My husband continued this insane conversation with him. I knew that this could take a bad turn at any point. My husband reassures him that we don't have anywhere for him to sleep. The words were hardly out of my husband's mouth when the stranger eagerly insisted. "That's okay," he said. "I can sleep here on the floor. I'm not hard to please." Again, I peeked out, shaking my finger. No, no, no. The RCMP arrived before my trusting husband finally gave in. The 2 officers asked the stranger about his amnesia. "Do you have a wallet, John Doe?" said one of the officers sarcastically. He slowly produces his wallet from his back pocket. All of his identification was there. "Why didn't you just check your wallet to find out who you were?" said the officer as he patted down the stranger. A question I would have loved to hear him answer. He was handcuffed and led outside, but not before the officer got another call on his radio for another break-in down the road. He had been dropped off at our house while his buddies had gone on to another house down the road to terrorize an older couple. My instincts may have saved us that night. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to two of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. I used to hang out with these sisters named Hannah and Laura. We couldn't go anywhere without them stealing something, spitting on something, or offending someone in some way or another. Way before clout and viral status could be acquired, these two were harassing people purely for their own enjoyment. Couple of devious bitches, honestly. Our dads worked construction together, and the three of us grew up together. I guess my upbringing was slightly better than theirs because I never got into their hijinks. I had a conscience, and they were morally bankrupt at 11. I think their mom drank while she was pregnant. Laura had beady little eyes and a thin upper lip. A telltale sign that she was swimming in booze, even after her mom knew that she had 2 buns in the oven. A quarter of the prison population has fetal alcohol syndrome. I'm not saying anyone diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome is prone to impulsive aggression in any way, but in this case, yeah, it was probably a contributing factor. The 3 of us were walking home from the mini-mart one night when a big truck pulls up beside us on the road. It's a man in his 30s, clean-shaven, wearing a Houston Oilers hat. He leans through his car to talk out the passenger side window, asking us if we need a ride home. We don't slow down, just keep walking. He asks again. Hannah's walking closest to the street, and without warning, she grabs onto the man's passenger side mirror, lifting her whole body weight on the thing, and yanks it off, calling him a pedophile in the process. The guy starts losing his shit and throws his truck into park. The 3 of us start running as fast as we could, but our 11-year-old legs couldn't outpace his, and he was quickly on our tail. He catches Hannah and begins dragging her back to his truck. She's kicking and screaming while he struggles to carry her back. Me and Laura stop and turn around to run and save Hannah. Both of us grab each of Hannah's legs and begin to play tug of war with her, but again, becoming easily overpowered. Then, like an angel's glow in the distance, a pair of headlights come over the horizon, heading our way. The highway we were walking on is a dark 4-lane highway with only a handful of lampposts on the sidewalk, leaving big gaps of black in between. We were close enough to one of the posts for me to attempt making myself visible to flag down the car. Laura starts jumping on the man, and both girls wrestle with him. The headlights I'm watching are coming up incredibly fast. When I get under the lamppost, I start waving my arms and jumping, trying to get their attention. But by the growing sound of its engine, I'm losing hope that it will see me in time to stop and help. Then I see the headlights slowly begin to swerve into the lane closest to us. Maybe they did see me. I keep jumping and waving like a lunatic. The headlights fully merge into our lane, but as the engine's roar approaches, I realize the car is going even faster than I thought, and it's not slowing down. It passes me, close enough to feel the wind against my body as it blows by like lightning. Then it was the blink of an eye before I heard the deafening sharp sound of metal bending. The sports car that passed me had flown straight into the back of the parked truck, going easily over 100 miles an hour. This gets the attention of everyone, including the man. No one is scuffling anymore, but as soon as the man sees what's happened to his truck, he's running in the direction of the flames. Hannah actually goes to chase after the man, but Laura stops her. I was just standing there, in shock. Both girls are trying to break me out of this trance. I could hear their muffled voices, but more than anything, I could hear the crackling of the flames, and I could smell smoke. We needed to go find help, I thought. Finally, I snapped out of it when I saw that Hannah and Laura had already started running in the direction of home, not help. I watched as they ran past the accident and disappeared around the bend without me. This was 2000, so cell phones existed, but none of us had one. However, the man must have had one on his person because I could see him holding something to his ear as he angrily paced back and forth. I either had to pass this horrific accident and follow those two jokers back home another 2 miles, or double back less than a mile to the mini-mart. I chose to run back to the mini-mart. They let me use their phone. As I told my parents what happened, I saw the store clerk take out his own cell phone and call 911. My parents came to pick me up, and on the way home, they actually stopped at the accident site, proceeded to drag a police officer over, where they made me explain everything in detail again. The police told my parents the driver of the sports car didn't make it, likely died on impact given the speeds they were traveling. The police were, however, still looking for the driver of the pickup truck. He was a wanted man, as they put it. I learned later that the man who originally stopped us was out on probation, had served time for some serious crimes against women and children. That day, though, he was wanted for murdering the owner of that truck he'd been driving. So, I guess he wasn't calling the police on his cell phone. Even at 11 years old, I knew I dodged some major bullets that day. A few years ago, I was at a mall by myself, shopping for some sheets for my new queen-size bed. I was on the 3rd floor of JCPenney's when I nearly ran into a middle-aged man while turning around to go back down the aisle I'd just been down. Whoops, just a weird thing, right? Well, I said sorry, and he was silent, but his eyes went wide, a little weird. So I kept looking at, examining, and feeling different sheets. Then I saw that the same guy was down the aisle also looking at sheets, but not really looking at them. It seemed odd. I intentionally moved to a different section that had nothing to do with bedding, and wouldn't you know it, so did this beak-faced middle-aged dude. Now alarm bells were going off. I moved towards the section by the escalator and started looking at what couches they had. Now this was the 3rd floor of a department store, but the mall only had 2 floors, which meant to get out of the store, I'd have to go down this one and only escalator. And when I looked across, the creepy guy was standing right next to the escalator. Now he was pretending to look at some plates, but once again, he wasn't actually looking at them. He wasn't picking them up or looking at prices, etc. Now I was sure of it. This guy was following me. I'm a tall blonde, and I was by myself, wearing a yellow shirt. I was probably easy to follow around the store, except that I'm really observant, thankfully. I sat on the couch and pretended to read my phone, all the while actually watching this guy. After 5 minutes of him doing the same fake shopping, I was sure that I was right, and he was actually just standing by the only exit, hoping to follow me down, around the mall, to the parking garage. Who knows what? A girl in my hometown had been kidnapped and killed in a very similar manner a few years ago. Also from a nice mall in a good part of town. With that in mind, I quickly got up and bolted to the opposite side of the level, where I had seen there was an employee booth for them to cut fabric for people. I walked straight to the front of the line and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt, and I know this is weird, but a guy's been following me around the store and pretending to shop. and now he's camped out by the only exit. They sent someone from the hardware department to talk to him and reported back to me that I was right, that this guy claimed he wasn't looking for anything specific and didn't want help, even though he'd been standing in the same spot for 10 minutes now. Luckily, mall security was able to take me down a freight elevator in back of the store, all the way back to my car. I kept turning randomly on my way home just to make sure I didn't drive straight back home and to check that no one was following me. When I got home, I immediately looked at the sex offenders registry to see if any guys in the area looked like this guy, but he wasn't there. Then I felt guilty that I hadn't called the cops because this guy clearly had creepy, bad intentions. But at the time, he wasn't technically doing anything illegal. Still, I know he had terrible intentions for me one way or another. I know I was lucky to remember the girl from my hometown, how she didn't notice a guy following her around a mall, and to have realized for myself what was going on with that creep. I never really go shopping by myself anymore. I also still keep a lookout for any criminal cases involving this guy, because I'll always remember his face. I got into a lift car, like I had numerous times before. After the car started moving, I noticed the driver turned in the wrong direction, but thought that he was just going to take an alternate route. Quickly, I saw that this wasn't the case, and I spoke up. "Excuse me, I think you're going the wrong way," he replied. "Oh, really? Sorry, my GPS is messed up." He poked around at the smartphone attached to his dashboard, which I noticed was now off. That's when the "oh shit, this is how you die" feeling kicked in. I was sitting in the passenger seat, so I tried to act calm and discreet as I reached into my bag to make sure my phone and keys were in reach. Nonchalantly as possible, I said, "Oh, no problem. Just make a right here and take Main Street back towards Pleasant City." He argued with me briefly, but then turned in the right direction. I sighed with relief. Maybe the danger was all in my head. Then he spoke up again. "You seem like a decent, morally upright young woman, Sammy. Can I ask you for some advice about a problem I have?" I stiffened in my seat, but nodded. What else was there to say? He proceeded to tell me about a relative he was quote-unquote worried about, who was involved in prostitution. This quote-unquote bitch needed his help, and all he wanted in the world was to quote-unquote save her. But she refused to tell him her address. Shocker, I know. If only I had her address. I don't care what she says, I'd go there and kidnap her for her own good. The driver proceeded to get more and more worked up, cursing and yelling, while exit strategies were rushing through my head. You know what the problem is? This bitch is fucking possessed by Satan. It's the only explanation, not like you. You can tell from looking at a woman if they're morally upright or not. He looked meaningfully at me, while I shrunk inwardly. Glad at least that moment that there was no sign on my head reading "proud sex worker," which I am. Fixing his gaze directly at me while still driving, he posed a question. I felt at that moment that my response would determine his next course of action. "Sammy, is it so wrong for me to want to help this girl? Should I just say, fuck it, and let someone I love ruin her life? Or should I keep trying even though she keeps telling me to get out of her life?" I wanted to tell him he was being a psycho, and it was obvious why she didn't want his help. But instead, I said something like, "It's really, really good that you care so much about her. That's not wrong. But you can't help anyone that doesn't want it. That's not your fault." I don't know if he could tell, but I was trembling. By this point, he was very close to my home. He seemed to calm down, but I'd had the distinct feeling that I'd narrowly avoided disaster. As he pulled up to my place, he said without a smile, "You're a smart girl, Sammy. I'll think on your advice." I got the fuck out of that car and went inside, very relieved to be home, but also cursing myself for using my home address. For that reason, I was afraid to even leave any kind of feedback. I deleted Lyft and never heard from him again. I'd just started dating a girl from Leeds, a good few miles away from me. I was pretty engrossed with this girl. She was my first, so subsequently I missed the last bus home and had to walk. Her family were dead against me spending the night, so off I set. It was around 11 p.m., and I lived about 7 miles away, so I had at least an hour's walk home. I started thumbing a Lyft. There wasn't much traffic, but I lived in hope. I'd been walking for about 20 minutes when I heard a car in the distance behind me. I stuck out my thumb and prayed. The car stopped and the front passenger door popped open. I should explain I had fairly long black hair then and wore it in a ponytail. So I climbed into the car and the driver just stares at me for a good 10 seconds. His first sentence was, "I thought you were a girl," which wasn't quite as weird as it sounds, but he did seem a little bit peeved that a spotty teenage lad had gotten into his car instead of a girl. He asked where I was off to, so I told him it was the next village. It was on his way, and it wasn't a problem. Quick 10-minute car journey. Anyway, he started chatting about mundane stuff, football mainly. Then he asked if I had a girlfriend, and if I fucked her tonight. With that, he tried to grab my hand, laughing and asking to sniff my fingers. I was really freaked out by this. I was quite a naive young lad back then. He then proceeded to tell me about his last girlfriend and how he'd ripped her because she wouldn't give him sex. I tell you, all I wanted to do was get the fuck out of that car. My village was fast approaching, and at my road end, I asked him to stop and drop me off, which, thankfully, is what he did. As I got out, he said, "You're a lucky lad. There's a lot of nasty bastards out here who'd have robbed you and took you for a ride." I mumbled my thanks and legged it home like the devil was chasing me. I was so bloody scared. 3 weeks later, on the national news, I saw the bloke who gave me a lift. He was charged with the rape and murder of several young women around my area. His name was Peter Sutcliffe. He's still in prison, and he was the reason I stopped hitchhiking. I had a stalker, a man who thought he was in love with me. He would dream of me, which were signs that we were meant to be together. He lived in another city. I'd known him years ago, but had forgotten that he existed. He began sending letters to me that were pages long. He called my place of work to ask about me. He kept calling until our administrative assistant told him in no uncertain terms that this was harassment. He responded with a slew of epithets that I won't repeat here, but these comments likened her to female genitalia, along with racial slurs. My director told me to report him as a stalker, and I did. He stopped calling, but he didn't stop writing. I got more letters. He found my work email and my personal email. He found my home phone number. He asked questions about my husband. He asked for money. He wrote disgusting things. I contacted the police in his city, begging for help. They told me that he hadn't broken any laws, so they couldn't do anything. He had a police record for assault. I had to seek out information, searching for details about my stalker, finding out everything I could because the police in 2 different states couldn't help me. This meant that he stayed in my head. I found out he had a Facebook page. People had left remarks saying that he was stalking a 13-year-old girl for sex. They called him a child molester. I left all social media save Quora and Twitter. I kept all the media that was related to my job because I had to do so. He also found me on Twitter. I blocked him and anyone who had a similar name. I deleted my website, which I used to conduct a side business, and I deleted my email address that he found on my website. I blocked any numbers I didn't recognize from my phone, and I never answered any unknown calls. I couldn't stop him from emailing me at work, but all emails went into spam and then I saved them in a folder. Keep in mind, I never once spoke to him or acknowledged that he had reached me. Not once. But he knew. He began to get angry that he was losing access to me. He would write emails saying, "What is wrong? Do you hate me?" I would talk to my husband, asking what I could do. I thought about my son. Was this guy going to appear one day at my doorstep? Did he know where my son went to school? My mind was plagued with constant worry, and I always felt sick to my stomach when I thought of him. I had thrown out the first letter he sent me, but I was advised to keep everything else so that I could make a case if something happened. So I was a sitting duck for a possible event that could result in my own harm or someone that is dear to me. I haven't heard from him since 2016. I would like to think that ignoring him plus cutting all of my possible access helped me. I do know he got arrested for something and was put in jail. I don't know if he's out. I read somewhere, someone fantasizing about a stalker. You want this? Do you really think this is about love, desire, romance? It's sick, sick, sick. You worry all the time. You don't know when you walk down a stairwell if someone will grab you by the throat and drag you into a room. You keep remembering all the things he said to you. In one way, he did me a great favor by calling my job because my boss said, "Let me know what I can do. I will testify, sign any legal document, or do whatever I can to keep you safe." Other people called me into their office to offer their support. I wasn't alone. I understand that the media often makes stalker-like behavior into something romantic. It fills the pages of fan fiction. A lot of fairy tales have stalker-like males and females in which they reveal they are the one who will save them, who will make them happy. So the imagination may think this is okay. It's not. I know I've had a good day when my stalker does not cross my thoughts. He imprisoned my mind as much as my movements. Even writing this, I want to express feelings that are better unsaid. I'm glad that enough people took me seriously. Stalkers are terror personified, a personal hell. I just moved out of my parents' house and was living over the top of my dad's business. It was a funeral home, so it was common for florist deliveries. However, there was a sign on the door that no deliveries were accepted after 5 p.m. But someone came to my door with a bouquet of flowers. I wasn't seeing anyone at the time and knew of nobody who might bring me any. It was late and it was a bad area, so I didn't answer the door. I had video surveillance at the time, and I could see the person on the monitor. They were knocking, banging, and ringing the doorbell. They seemed to know that someone was living above the funeral home and would stop and look up at the windows. I watched as they walked away, leaving the flowers. I went downstairs, but not wanting to open the door, I waited out of view. Sure enough, the person came back for the flowers. The next day, I heard on the news that someone living over another nearby funeral home was assaulted by someone delivering flowers. This may not seem like a big deal to some of you, but as a parent, this was pretty horrifying to me. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up to a loud bang that shook my walls. My husband was still asleep, but my 8-year-old daughter rushed into our bedroom just as I was getting to my feet. She was crying because her shelves had fallen over, and that was enough to scare me. They were heavy and mounted to the wall above her bed. I couldn't imagine how they would have fallen. That was my greatest fear when she wanted them over her bed, so they were extra secure. Not that I would tell her this, but they were installed with the assumption that she might try to climb on them. I followed her to the hallway to see an intensely bright light spilling out from her room and started feeling like I was in the Twilight Zone. It reminded me of when people talk about UFOs and see a blinding light outside. I really didn't know what to think. We live in a tiny neighborhood in a tiny town. I mean, nothing happens here. When I got into her room, it was practically daylight thanks to the light spilling through her window. The shelves and the items that they held were scattered all over her bed and floor. I couldn't even get to her window, so I ran to the front door, and I saw a big truck crashed right into the side of my house, right on the other side of where my daughter's bed lay. The speed limit in our neighborhood is 25, and we live right at the bottom of a hill on a curve. To say I was furious is an understatement. The only thought I could process was how close I'd just come to having my entire world being blown apart. While dialing 911, I rushed over to the driver and instantly recognized him through the open window. Like I said, tiny town. Travis had been a year ahead of me in school, and he's known for drunk driving, but his mother is the police chief. So yeah, nothing ever happens to him. He was snoring while I explained the situation to the dispatcher, and I had to shake him awake. Travis jerked to attention, jumped out of the truck, and hovered over me, screaming that I wrecked his truck into his friend's house. When I tried to correct him, he shoved past me so hard I fell to the ground. That's when my husband finally came out, and Travis immediately ran up to him, asking if he saw that crazy bitch wreck his truck. He was belligerent, had no clue where he was or what he had done. When police arrived, they tried to put him in handcuffs, and he literally punched one of them while screaming that this was his friend's house and to go arrest the bitch that wrecked his truck. He was pointing at me, calling me every name in the book, while threatening my life. It took 3 of them to get him in handcuffs, and that only lasted until his mom arrived. She asked to speak with my husband in private. In the end, Travis got off scot-free again, and we got our wall fixed. I was livid. I'm still livid. No one did anything. My daughter could have died. He could have died. No one cared. I had to watch while 3 officers uncuffed that drunk piece of shit and helped him into the back of his mom's car. Just before they closed his door, I heard one of them say the bitch was getting arrested and not to worry about it. They sat there and fed his delusions right in front of me, like he'd just hopped a curb instead of driving a truck through my kid's room. The scariest part about all of this is that he wrecked another truck the following week. He was drunk again, but luckily, no other people were involved. It's only a matter of time before he kills someone. It's absolutely terrifying that this kind of crap still flies under the radar in 2024. The police down here don't care about body cams or witnesses because they've been getting away with this garbage for generations, and not one of them has ever suffered a consequence. I'm ashamed of my hometown. It disgusts me. I've always been a bit of a cynic when it comes to relationships, but I've just hit a new low. My primary job is writing, but I also wait tables part-time for a little lunch place downtown and volunteer at the food bank. It's only a few days a week, but recently, a man called Gabe came in and asked to be seated in my section. The hostess assumed he was a friend, and he did look vaguely familiar, but I didn't know him. When I asked if we'd met before, he said that I did a good job waiting on him a few months ago. It seemed like a reasonable enough story, so I took his drink order and didn't think any more about it. He looked to be around my age, and he wasn't unattractive, but even if I had been looking for a relationship, he wasn't my type. When I brought him his sweet tea and took his order, he asked a few questions about the menu and slid in a bit of small talk. That was all fine. Some people are just friendly, and he wasn't setting off any creep alarms. Then he needed 2 refills before he'd gotten his burger, so I left a small pitcher on the table and went back to work. All of my tables were full. I didn't have time to chat even if I wanted to. When I brought out his food, he was staring at me with a goofy look on his face. I laughed it off, asking if there was something in my teeth, and he said that I was just really beautiful. That's when I realized he had actually been flirting the whole time, and I worried my friendliness may have been misconstrued. Well, It clearly had been. Don't get confused, though. I'm really not all that special to look at. In my 2 years of waiting tables, I've been hit on maybe 2 times before that. It just isn't a very common occurrence, and the previous incidents were awkward but completely harmless, so I expected Gabe to be the same way. When I gave him the bill, he asked me to dinner that weekend, and I politely declined. That should have been the end of it, but he came back a couple of days later and repeated the whole process. Then we did it for a 3rd time a couple of days later. Once again, I said no, and he left without making a fuss, but my patience was wearing thin. That night I drove home, and I was off for the next few days. My only plans were to write and watch Netflix, yet at 9 a.m., I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I didn't answer, they started texting. The first one said, "Hey, it's Gabe. Call me back real quick." I still didn't know how he got my number, but since I didn't give it to him, I saw no reason to respond. And then, 5 minutes later, he said, "I'm running a little late, but I'm on my way. Call me when you get this." I assumed he was referring to the restaurant, like he'd decided to come sit in my section and call it a date or whatever, whether I liked it or not. That really rubbed me the wrong way, but since I wasn't at work, I decided to let it go for the time being. Then, a few minutes later, he sent, "Hey, can you call me real quick? I'm on Highland, but I can't remember if your house is the one with brown or maroon shutters." That terrified me. Not only did he know what street I was on, he had my house narrowed down to 2 possibilities. I ran to the window and peeked outside to see a blue truck creeping past. It went to the end of the street. It turned back to park on the curb between my house and the one with the brown shutters. The next message read, "I'm here. Can you come out front? I don't want to go to the wrong house." I'm not sure if he followed me home or what, but I felt there was no choice but to respond. I couldn't tell if he was genuinely delusional or if he thought this would actually manipulate me into going out with him, but it didn't matter. A strange guy was sitting outside my house, and I take that sort of thing pretty serious. Leaving no room for misinterpretation, I replied, "I don't know how you got my information, but you're not allowed on my property. If you don't leave immediately, I'm going to call the police." When he actually started driving away, it was like a huge weight lifted off my chest. I called a friend to vent, but after a while of nothing else happening, I went back to writing and mostly let it go. That evening, just as it was getting dark, there was a knock on the door, and my blood froze. But then I looked outside to see a flower shop van and a uniformed man holding a large bouquet of roses. Gabe was the only person who could have sent them, and it was annoying that he wouldn't take a hint, but I didn't want to leave the flower guy hanging, so I opened the door. You guys probably already know that it was actually Gabe, but I almost puked when I saw his face. I dropped the flowers and tried to run back inside, but he got his foot in the door and came in behind me. Even as he cornered me in the kitchen, he was still talking like we were going on a date. He wasn't angry or aggressive in the traditional sense. It almost felt like an awful practical joke. I was cowering against the counter like a frightened child, and he stood over me, smiling like a lovesick puppy. He said that he had reservations for us, 8 o'clock for dinner. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me toward the door. I tried to pull away, and his grip tightened so hard that I screamed. When we got out of the house, my eyes frantically searched for anyone who might be outside. But I was out of luck. Where was everyone? I began screaming for help and tried to break free, but Gabe put one hand over my mouth, wrapped the other around my wrist, and forcefully put me into the flower van. Once he got me inside and back on the road, he began talking like we were on a normal date again, so I played along while discreetly texting 911 between my legs and the door. I started by sharing my location and saying that I was kidnapped from my address in a blue truck with a man named Gabe. The operator said help was en route and I continued sending location updates with each new turn. Finally, we passed a police cruiser that quickly turned on its lights and got behind us, but Gabe refused to pull over. Instead, he punched the gas, and we ended up in a full-blown police chase. I'm not sure how long it lasted. More and more cruisers joined in, and we eventually ended up driving into oncoming traffic. I screamed through most of it and forgot all about talking to 911. Eventually, we crashed into a guardrail, and Gabe tried to run away, but he was tackled to the ground. I let paramedics do a quick exam, and then an officer was kind enough to give me a ride home. I know things could have been much worse, but the whole ordeal was the most terrifying experience of my life. Not only was I forcefully removed from my home, I was almost killed in a high-speed collision on multiple occasions during the chase. Gabe was arrested and out on bond by the next day. I have a restraining order, but it doesn't feel like enough. The truth is that if he decides to come after me, a piece of paper won't be enough to stop him. I've put up extra cameras and bought new locks for the doors and windows, but it just still doesn't feel like enough. Anyway, thanks for reading. It at least helps to know I'm not the only person going through this. On my 21st birthday, me and my friends drove from the San Francisco Bay Area up to Petaluma, California, which is in the North Bay Area. After driving for about an hour, we got to a house party that a friend of a friend had told us about. I was the designated driver. Ironic, I know, since it was my 21st birthday, but I just kind of stood by my friends as they struck up conversation with other party people. At about 11:30, the party was in full swing, and there may or may not have been people with or without their shirts on, and possibly some illegal substances. But I don't know that for sure. Me and one of my friends went onto the front porch to escape the large crowd and just chat. The house was in a really nice neighborhood, and I figured the hostess' parents must have been really well off. As my friend smoked a cigarette, the hostess of the party came out front and asked my friend for a cigarette. He said, "I don't have any left, I'm sorry." She replied with, "Well, it's my house and I don't believe you. Just give me one." He tells her again that it's his last one. He doesn't have any more to give her. At this point, she called him a few derogatory names and slammed the door, retreating back into the house, defeated. About 10 minutes later, my friend and I were still outside. We were talking about leaving because the drive was over an hour. My friend was leaning back against the front door, and I was a few feet away facing him. Abruptly, the door opened, and the hostess jumped onto his back and plunged a 6-inch steak knife into his throat and withdrew it just as quickly. She fell off of him and started screaming. He staggered towards me and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing out of his throat like a fountain. I grabbed him by his arms and, without thinking, I dragged him to my car and lifted him into the passenger seat. I screamed for help, but no one came. I put pressure on my now extremely pale and lifeless friend's wound and proceeded to speed away from the house, desperately looking for a hospital sign, pre-smartphone era. As I did 100 miles an hour down a boulevard that had a speed limit of 35, my eyes desperately looked for a clue, but nothing was showing as a sign towards a hospital. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw a sign and turned in towards the ER entrance. As we approached the ER ambulance bay, I crashed into some plants because I was going too fast, and we stopped. I pulled my friend out of the car screaming, and staff came outside and took him to the ER. I ran in after him covered in blood, but security stopped me. All I could see through the window of the door that separated the lobby from the ER was my friend's still lifeless body on the table. About 45 minutes went by, and the doctor finally said, "What you did saved your friend's life, but he's still critical. We're sending him to another hospital." The rest of the story is still interesting, but too long to post here. But in summary, my friend survived, and the woman who stabbed him went to jail for 7 years. I'm thankful each and every day that I was able to think quick enough to, quote-unquote, save my friend's life. But you'll never hear me say that I'm a hero. That was truly the scariest thing I've ever witnessed, and I pray that I never have to relive anything like that again. I'm sure plenty of people go their whole lives without having a gun pointed at them. Me, I've come face to face with one more than I'd like. The first time I was walking into a store when I was 16, I startled one of the men robbing the place. He almost shot me in the face. .45 automatic. Never saw anything so huge in my life. I remember closing my eyes because he was that close, and it seemed inevitable. But then he suddenly brushed past me and out the door. Crazy. Just a couple years later, 18 years old, walking my girlfriend home on New Year's Eve in the middle of a snowstorm, a guy ran out of an alleyway, pointed a gun right at my gut, robbed me. That one was a chrome .38 revolver. I wasn't even thinking of myself at that time, just really didn't want anything to happen to my girlfriend. Luckily, the man took off the moment he had my wallet. Not before whacking me real good with his revolver before taking off. Girlfriend was unscathed, so I considered it a win. I think the third time was probably the scariest. I was 28 years old, managing a liquor store. And by that time, I had a son. A guy walks in. He immediately looks suspicious, but before I can even register why, he's pointing a gun at me. This time, it's a Beretta 9mm. He makes me empty the register, and then he marches me into the back room, where he makes me open the safe. Once I do, he tells me to lie on my stomach with my arms spread out. I thought for sure I was about to die. I told the guy to literally take whatever he wanted, that nothing in the store meant nearly as much as my son at home. The guy's sort of size is the best way to explain it. And before he continues to rob the place, he tells me, "Man, I'm not gonna kill you unless you try something. Don't try nothing and you're good." When someone's pointing a gun at your back while you're laying face down on the ground, you just kind of have to take their word for it. So, I took his advice and tried nothing. Though my life tried to flash before my eyes multiple times, a few moments later, he was gone. Yes, I own a gun. I live in a conceal and carry state. However, in this situation, it wouldn't have done me any good. The man got a jump on me, and I had to be smart about my next move. I've learned that people carry and use guns for a couple of reasons: to be intimidating to others and to protect themselves. This guy wasn't in a position to need to protect himself. He wanted to intimidate me. Had I found a way to get my gun, I think things would have honestly ended differently. When I was made aware my boyfriend was cheating on me, I broke it off immediately, right then and there. My friend texted me pictures and messages saying he was seen at an IHOP with another girl. I had suspicions he was creeping around, but it hurt all the same. The night I found out, we had plans for him to come over after work. Work was his code word for IHOP with some bitch. I would have never guessed that's what it meant, even though I did find a weird set of scratches on his back one morning after he got out of the shower. He had a believable excuse for that, too. Love will make you believe anything near plausible, and Cole could wind up a charming story with the snap of a finger. Thankfully, with this cold, hard evidence, I could finally accept the truth and move on. But it was a pretty horrible way to close a chapter in my life. The same night I received the picture, Cole's at my door, pounding like crazy, begging to be let in, refusing to leave until I talked to him. My friend/upstairs neighbor Zelly was over, consoling me when he showed up. She started yelling at him through the door, telling him to leave, but he stood outside knocking. Then he'd leave and call my cell phone 1,000 times, hanging up and calling again before the answering machine could pick up. My phone was constantly buzzing until he started pounding on the door again. His behavior escalated the longer he knocked. Soon he started shaking the door handle, and putting his shoulder into the door frame until finally one of my neighbors opened their door. When this happened, he turned and walked out to the parking lot and entered his car. Zelly and I could barely see his car if we look out the back patio out to the street. A neighbor had apparently called the cops because we heard a few police officers walking around. Their flashlights move below our patio, and there's no sign that they've found anything. But they don't search the back parking lot where we saw him run. I had just experienced a loved betrayal, but I didn't want him to have a police record over this. He might have even been drunk, who knows, but if he would have met those cops that night, there would have been trouble. The cops leave and hours pass. Zelly and I attempt to take turns staying awake just to keep an eye out and check on the car. During one of my power naps, Zelly shakes me awake. Cole's dome light had just turned on. Still groggy, I crawled out to look through the slats of the patio fence. The cold wind outside fully wakes me up again. It's easy to spot his car because it's the only illuminated cube in the dark parking lot. We'd also been keeping tabs on it all night before the sunset. All of this started happening around 5 or 6, maybe in the afternoon, but now it was the middle of the night. The light started getting partially blocked out, and it looks like the whole car had begun to shake like a little earthquake had hit it. Zelly had crawled up next and got to see it just before the shaking slowed to a stop again. The dome light turned off soon after the car was still. Was he coming back? There was no way to tell. The parking lot was concealed in darkness again. However, it wasn't long before we could see another light beginning to glow in the far parking lot. At first, we didn't know what we were looking at. Unlike how we saw the dome light, it wasn't instantly illuminated. What we were staring at began as a low, moving glow that quickly grew in brightness. Zelly and I realized that the light was coming from rising flames engulfing the interior of the car. Then, the car door opens and we hear screams fill the parking lot. A figure has jumped out of the flaming vehicle. He too is on fire. Zelly calls 911 while I continue to watch the burning man. He's flailing, rolling on the ground, all the while continuing to scream. The car is now completely on fire. Black smoke fills the parking lot. The smell of burning gasoline and rubber. It's enough to make us shut our own back sliding door. The smoke hung in the air long after the fire department put out the flaming car. The vehicle's occupant speaks to the police and firemen on scene before leaving the charred mess in an ambulance. It was Cole. Later that afternoon, from my back patio, I could see the local news out doing a story about what had happened. The car had not been towed yet, and seeing it up close on the news was almost unreal. The report said a man had been sleeping in his car. He'd been attacked by a female assailant. The attacker entered his car around 1 a.m. He was stabbed multiple times, and his car was set ablaze after the attack. They didn't say his name on the news, but I knew it was Cole. His other girlfriend had followed him to my apartment. She came back later that night to commit the arson. When she found him sleeping in the car, her impulsive rage got the best of her. She stabbed him 3 times, none of which were fatal. It's been a decade since this incident happened, and I never saw Cole in person again. When he first got out of the hospital, he left a bunch of messages on my phone explaining what had happened in the parking lot that night. I answered none of them. Having a murderous ex-girlfriend, it'll always be a turn-off for me. So, I guess I'll just conclude my story like this. Cole, let's not meet again. It's impossible not to associate your name with the burning rubber smell that saturated my apartment for weeks. What did you do to piss that girl off so much? I know cheating is bad, but she wasn't even trying to talk about it. She went straight to burning your ass, and that kind of rage comes from deep within. I don't know. There's always two sides to a story. I guess after all these years, I'm still curious. I got to see her mugshot. She was pretty, but somehow you got her all messed up in the head, ruining both of y'all's lives. What did you do, Cole? Once, hiking between trails in McKinleyville, California, I stumbled upon a rural ranch property. My intention was to cut through one trail that would just lead me back to the road where I parked my car originally. However, I'd gotten myself lost. I decided to keep walking in the direction I was headed because I thought I'd heard someone. This being the 90s and no cell phones, I was hopeful that these people would help me find my way. I spotted two young men standing behind a barn-looking structure, smoking what smelled like marijuana. The whole area smelled like marijuana. The older of the two, he made eye contact with me and alerted the smaller boy of my presence. Just as I started in their direction, the smaller one ran to an unknown destination, while the other one told me to get out of there. At the time, I thought maybe they were just being smart kids not talking to a stranger, so I proceeded on my way, assuming I'd likely run into someone else too. The structure the boy stood behind wasn't in shambles. It almost looked as though it was new. I realized as I kept walking that the marijuana smell didn't really subside. And that's when it dawned on me. I was walking through someone's marijuana farm. Someone's illegal marijuana farm. I came upon a house from which I could see the end of the road in a kind of courtyard. There suddenly emerged a very angry older man, and he was wielding a rifle. Behind him, I could see the smaller boy standing inside the home. He'd gone to alert his grandfather, Shirley. Pops is yelling, waving his rifle at me, saying he's gonna kill me. He made it clear I was to go back wherever I came from. I pointed to the road. It was just there in sight, but he wasn't having it, so I backtracked a bit. The moment he turned back towards the house, I ran towards a nearby trail, but was spotted as he turned back again. He began to come towards the trail, still carrying that rifle. Now, he was firing shots. I was running up the trail, and as soon as I was out of the line of sight, I jumped down off the trail, hiding under a huge bush, and taking off my sweatshirt, a quite visible red and blue, burying it under me. I could hear the man, but I didn't dare look. Eyes see eyes and all. He turned and headed back toward the house, right in front of the bush. After several minutes, I made the hike back in the direction I'd originally come from, far away from this man's house and those kids. I could swear that on the way back, someone was following me. I'm even more sure of it now, knowing how vast those woods are and how highly illegal that shit was at the time. I was lucky to get the hell out of there, but it makes you wonder how many people have gotten themselves into the same mess, and were they so lucky? Last year, my boss was out of town, and his wife, Janie, needed help with her food bank deliveries, so I was elected to accompany her. I didn't mind. She was an older woman, just over 5 feet tall and skinny as they come. I didn't want her to have to carry all those boxes by herself. We finished the deliveries without issue, and I offered to help with the grocery shopping while she had me. Afterwards, she stopped at the bank and needed to go inside. I waited in the car, and it was starting to take a while, so I leaned my seat back and dozed off. When I woke up, she was already pulling out of her parking space. We shared some small talk along the way, but then Janie's demeanor suddenly became very serious, and she said that an old white Ford was following us. At first, I thought she was joking or being paranoid, but the way she looked at me, it gave me chills. She may be small, but she's scarier than a grizzly wrapped in hornets. She had been watching the truck ever since leaving the bank, and we'd taken quite a few turns since then. But there's a dozen places they could be trying to reach going that way. We live in a fairly small town. It wasn't unreasonable to think that they were passing through, but Janie was sure. I wasn't too worried. until they followed us onto her road. She lives 30 minutes outside of town. Lots of people go past the road, but only a few people live on it. And it wasn't one of her neighbors. Her driveway is over a mile long, so most people mistake it for another turnoff, the white truck included. Once they followed us down the drive, Janie retrieved a gun from her center console and stopped just past the first curve, forcing our stalkers to stop right behind us. The only thing she said to me was, "Call the police and don't get out of the car." I could see the two men now. They both looked like a couple of drug addicts, and their truck had definitely seen a few accidents. The pair argued between themselves for a moment before stepping out and calling over to us. The driver asked if we needed any help as he continued to move closer, but the passenger stayed close to the truck. The last thing the driver said was something about being in a hurry and needing to get by. That's when Janie stepped out and pointed her gun at him. While I continued updating the operator, she informed the men that they were in her driveway and that the road we turned off of was a dead end. The driver went stone-faced and stopped speaking while the passenger begged Janie not to shoot them. She turned her attention to the other man and ordered him to come stand next to his friend, away from their truck. In that brief moment of distraction, the driver rushed forward in an attempt to overpower Janie, and she shot him in the stomach. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, and absolutely nothing like the movies. I'll hear that man scream to my dying day. The passenger didn't move, just got on his knees and held his hands up high while he apologized. He claimed that he'd wanted no part of his friend's actions, had begged him to turn back. I didn't super believe him, but hey, maybe it was true. The operator took my call much more seriously after the gunshot and screaming. The driver laid crying and bleeding on the ground until help arrived. He survived. But with all the warrants he had before this incident, he had 12 years in prison after this. His friend had less serious possession charges and spent very little time in jail. We weren't the first ones the driver had followed home. Over the weeks before, 2 other women were followed from the bank and robbed as they tried to enter their homes. The man parked just out of sight and ran back to ambush his victims once the door was unlocked. Both women had suffered broken bones in the struggle, and one was still in the hospital when we were followed. The passenger told the police the other man wouldn't have followed Janie if they had seen me in the car, but I had my seat back when we left the bank. Too bad for them, I guess. But that, my friends, is why you never mess with little old ladies in Texas. They'll shoot your ass. If that had happened to just me, I probably would have been robbed. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. Last summer, I was staying by the beach at my grandmother's before going away to college. There were too many people out during the day, so I only went late in the evenings. There were always a few others around who seemed to be doing the same as myself, but it was usually quiet. One night, a man in a blue tracksuit walked 10 to 15 feet behind me for over 30 minutes without passing. So I stopped to check my phone while he went by. Since I was close to my turnaround point, I just started back the way I came from and went home. The next night, I saw the same man. We passed one another shortly after I arrived, and 15 minutes later, he was behind me again, still keeping the same distance no matter my speed. I didn't like that at all. A couple was walking towards me, so I ran up to them like we were old friends, and they were kind enough to play along. The guy that was following continued along his way, and I made it home without seeing him again. After that, I skipped my beach walks for a week, hoping that would be the end of it. When I returned, it was a little later than my usual time, and there was no sign of him for the first leg of my route. My turnaround point is a pier about a mile from where I start, and there was a man standing at the end of it. He was on his phone and facing the water. I didn't think that he even noticed me. Then, about halfway back, I saw him in the distance. Other than paranoia from my previous encounters, I didn't really have a valid reason to be suspicious. He was so far away I couldn't even see his face, and I would be off the beach before he caught up, but I still walked a little faster. So fast that I bumped into a girl that I actually knew from school. She was also staying with relatives and wouldn't let me get a word in. So by the time I thought to look back for the mystery man, he was gone. I was instantly relieved and talked with the girl for a few more minutes. Once we parted ways, I'd forgotten all about the man behind me and walked straight for my grandmother's. It was just past 9, and the whole street was silent. All of her neighbors were elderly and tended to go to bed early. When I was only 3 houses down from my destination, someone walked out from behind a large truck and stood blocking the sidewalk. It was the guy I saw earlier that night. He was wearing the same black hoodie with a white design on the front. My heart dropped. This time, he was close enough that I recognized his face, and it was the same guy who had been following me all the other times. My panic kicked into overdrive as he asked if I was lost. I said my house was just next to us and began walking towards it. But then he pointed to my grandmother's actual house and asked why I went into that one all the previous nights. I guess he had followed me more often than I realized. What do you even say to that? The guy was smirking like this was some kind of sport, and I didn't want to give him the satisfaction of being afraid. He kept trying to creep closer, but I wasn't letting him get anywhere near close enough to grab me. My mouth began operating under pure survival instinct. I said, "Oh, I just wanted to get in front of a Ring doorbell cam." That instantly stopped his advance, but only for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he laughed and said, "I'd be worth the risk." Then he lunged at me. I barely moved in time, and next he began chasing me. I screamed as loudly as I could. I didn't even care about causing a scene. That was the goal. I wanted to wake the whole neighborhood up. I took maybe 4 or 5 steps towards my grandmother's before being hit from behind and knocked to the ground. We were in the middle of the street, and I continued screaming until a hand covered my mouth. Thankfully, I had already gotten the whole neighborhood's attention and watched in relief as every house began to light up. My grandmother was the first outside, but 3 neighbors were right behind her. My attacker got off and actually stepped on me as he scrambled to get away. The police were called, and I was taken inside where I recounted my story at least 20 times before the night was over. The cops said it was probably the guy's first attempt at attacking anyone, just because it was so sloppy. Apparently, if you want to grab someone in a neighborhood, you need to take them by surprise before they can draw attention. Basically, I'm just lucky my assailant was a rookie. It's always bothered me that they never caught the guy. I hated to imagine what he might be doing to other girls like me, but now, nearly a year later, I'm writing this because they finally found him. He was arrested after 4 guys beat the living shit out of him for dragging a poor woman beneath the same pier I saw him standing on during the night of my attack. The men who saved her were college guys having a drunk night on the beach when they heard the woman's muffled cries. My heart goes out to the victim. I haven't been out alone since my incident, so I can only imagine how painful her recovery will be. But I'm glad that prick will be off the streets for a while. I hope prison is extremely hard for him. Anyway, thanks for listening. Writing this has helped me get a little closure on that messed up chapter in my life. In the early 70s, my dad traveled for work a lot, and he'd sometimes take me with him during the summer. I was about 13 when we went on a week-long road trip. It was a great time until we stopped at a country diner on the way back. Dad stopped there all the time. The little hole-in-the-wall places were always his favorite, and he was particularly excited for me to try this one. The lunch rush had just ended when we arrived, so there was only 2 or 3 other customers inside. Then, a skinny man with greasy black hair came walking up off of the highway. Lots of people hitchhiked back then, but this place was even more secluded than most. There was hardly anything at all for hours in each direction. My dad's demeanor changed right away. He said guys like that would come into places and put people on the spot for a ride. After all his time on the road, he considered everyone a threat. My mom would call him overprotective on a good day and too paranoid on others. It didn't help that he believed anyone with long hair was on drugs, but in this case, he happened to be right. As the man got closer, we could see that he was twitching and talking to himself. Before he came in, he walked behind each car, and Dad said he was probably checking for out-of-state tags. Drifters like to find out where you were headed first so they could say they were going in the same direction. I was taught from an early age to never tell someone my destination before they revealed their own. The diner was in Arkansas, and we lived in Missouri, so our plates likely interested him the most. There was another man dressed like a cowboy eating alone on the other side of the room, and Dad figured the cowboy would seem like the most likely owner, since I was there too. He said that we were going to wait for them to start talking, and then sneak out fast. I thought he was being ridiculous, but we'd been having a good time, and I didn't want to ruin it. The drifter came in and went straight to the cowboy, just as my dad had predicted, but there wasn't much of a conversation. Before the drifter could open his mouth, the cowboy essentially told him to screw off in a very aggressive way. A screaming match began, and before we could move, the drifter pulled out a gun and shot the cowboy in the head. If he had known to talk to my dad first, he would have been the one to die. Before anyone could react, the drifter turned to us and demanded our keys. I'd seen my dad treat drifters just like the cowboy had all the time, and they might bark and growl, but none of them had ever pulled a gun on him. I thought that we were both going to die right there, but my dad didn't show a hint of aggression. I'd never seen him so calm before or since that moment. But he kept his eyes on the table and calmly handed the drifter his keys. He told him which vehicle was ours, and he said it had a full tank of gas and $500 in the glove compartment. That wasn't true, but he wanted the man to feel happy, and he was confident the drifter wouldn't come back once he made it to the car. I guess we'll never know if he was right. The drifter hesitated at our table, like he was deciding what to do. Then there was another loud bang, and our table was suddenly covered in blood and gore. For a terrifying moment, I thought he shot my dad, but my eyes were glued to the table in a frozen state of shock until I was pulled away from it. I was so panicked that I thought it was the drifter, and I tried to fight back, but my dad's voice finally got through, and I realized he was the one who had pulled me away. It was the drifter who had been shot. The owner had a rifle behind the counter, and thankfully took matters into his own hands. We probably would both be dead if he hadn't. It was over an hour before the police arrived, and they took our statements. We later learned the drifter was wanted for several armed robberies in multiple states, and the cowboy hadn't been his first murder victim. Dad canceled his last appointment, and we drove straight home from there. But we never told Mom what happened. Neither of us wanted to put her through that. Hands down, the scariest day of my life. I'm old now, so most of my early memories have faded, but that one always feels like it's brand new. I don't know if this is the creepiest thing that's ever happened, but I found it to be pretty creepy. I met a woman on Match.com about 12 years ago. We went out for lunch in Providence on Federal Hill. She was very quiet. I was sure that she didn't care much for me. It was quite a bit of work to get her to speak about anything, and by the end of the evening, I chalked it up to experience, a wasted effort. But after lunch, she told me that she was frightened of Providence and asked me to walk her to her car. I agreed. When we got to her car, she shook my hand and thanked me, and as an afterthought, asked me if I wanted a ride back to my car. She felt that she could trust me now, I guess. I said okay. As soon as I got in the car, she was all over me. She wanted to make out, hot and heavy, and didn't even get a chance to put on the seatbelt. I was incredibly and pleasantly surprised. We made plans for another date. We went to the movies. Again, she was very quiet and standoffish until we got to her car. Then she was all over me. The next day, I came home from work, and when I opened my mailbox, I found a small package. Inside were 2 wedding rings with a note. "We are destined to be one," was written on the box. There was no postage. Whoever put it there in person. I suspected it was her, and I was uneasy. I called her up. She asked me if I got her package. I said yes. She said, "I went to a psychic. She said you were my soulmate. We'll be together forever." I realized then that she was not right in the head. I said, I don't think so. And after a discussion of how inappropriate she was being, I hung up the phone. The next day, when I came home from work, she was parked in my driveway. I got out of the car furious. "Who the hell do you think you are, coming to my house uninvited?" I asked her angrily. She was nonplussed. "It's not the kind of house I want," she said, "but we can live in it together until we're married. But I like your cat." And she gestured to the cat watching us from the window. I told her to leave, to never return. She did leave, but not before telling me that we were going to be together. It was preordained. For the next year, I got calls, emails, and love letters every single day. Sometimes she called 10 times a day. At first, I tried to tell her that she was wasting her time, but it did no good. To her, we were destined to be together. It has been 10 years since this happened, but for the longest time, I'd still get emails from her once a month. I'd get phone calls from her about twice a year. She never changed her number, so once I figured out how to block numbers, I stopped getting the calls. Early on, if I'd accidentally answer the phone or something, she would just take it as acknowledgement that I have feelings for her, and it would turn into a burst of emails and phone calls and small gifts. I never saw her as a threat. At least, I never felt threatened. She's just sick in the head. It's very, very creepy. But the creepiest thing about her, in my opinion, is that she's a Harvard-trained medical doctor treating patients. When I was in school, I was invited to a 3-day strawberry music festival by an acquaintance. She called me up and said she had an extra ticket and wanted me to go with her. I told her I wanted to go. Epic festival and music is my thing. Besides, I thought she was nice until I got to know her. Carlotta was a friend of the family, and for a while, a young, patchouli-sniffing tree hugger and free-spirited dream catcher. She seemed okay at first, but she was freaky. Her true colors bled through one day, when her fickle whims and puzzling behavior came to a head. But that was a good thing. Had they not, I would have otherwise been stuck with her, hundreds of miles out of town, for several days. After all, she had 2 tickets to the festival and asked me to go along with her, and that would have meant being alone and stuck with her, together, for days on end. But at the time, I thought it would be cool, so I agreed to go. The week before we were set to leave on our road trip out of town, we had drinks together at a local pub. And then she invited me back to her place to help her pack her car with her tent and camping equipment to gear up for the trip. We arrived at her house after dark. I drove separately and parked on the street. Her driveway was incredibly dark, and so was the path up to her house. I felt my way around down a dark path, climbing up some back steps, stumbling all along in pitch black. There was no moonlight to guide our steps that night. I ended up stubbing my toe several times, to which she just laughed and thought was hilarious. By the time it dawned on me that I could use my phone, I realized I'd left it in the car. She didn't think to warn me of the obstacles in my path beforehand. I was perturbed by my stubbed toes, and her laughing. It wasn't funny. I stumbled up to her door, and when she unlocked it, I expected her to switch on a light, but she never did. I stood in the dark, waiting, anticipating. We stood there awkwardly in the dark, without speaking. We were supposed to be packing, but instead, she was just breathing. I could hear her breathing. She grabbed my hand and tried to lead me deeper into her pitch-black home. "You got electricity?" I finally asked. She snorted and said she did. "Then could you possibly turn on a light?" "No, it's fine this way," she said. I could feel her standing right in front of me, breathing in my face, heavy, panting. Weirdness. She seemed to sense that I was uncomfortable, and so she added, "Darkness is our friend." Well, it may have been her friend, but it wasn't mine. I panicked at that moment. I didn't know if I was about to be jumped by a serial killer, or if this girl was putting the moves on me. But this wasn't my idea of wooing me in a romantic manner. It was downright giving me the creeps. Who wouldn't it give the creeps to? This chick was clearly a freak, and not in a good way. Good freaks, they just feel good. This bitch felt sinister and off, missing. Definitely missing something. I suddenly didn't like her. I trust my instincts. I don't know what room I was in, where her knife drawer was in proximity to her body. I didn't know if I was standing in a hoarder pile filled with roaches and fleas, or if her ex-dead lover may have been mummified on the couch. I had no clue as to why she wouldn't turn on the damn lights. She was keeping me in the dark on purpose, and I didn't like it. What were her intentions? So, I felt my way backwards, away from her. I backtracked as quickly as possible, bruising my tailbone on a piece of furniture or a coffin, and blindly felt my way until I finally grasped the doorknob and turned it and stumbled back down the stairway, back down the path, all while she yelled, "Wendy, come back!" No thanks, Jeffrey Dahmer. Stubbing my toes again on skulls and skeletons, likely her dead grandmother, until I finally got to some streetlights and ran. Sighs of relief. I escaped her. She called me the next day, said that she had a better date for the Strawberry Festival. Boy, was I relieved. When I was 19, my family and I were out of town in Hot Springs, Arkansas, having fun at a theme park they have there. It was me, my mom, dad, and my 3 younger siblings. We had been there for a couple of days over the weekend and needed gas before driving a few hours back home. I walked into the gas station store looking for a bathroom. They said it was outside and gave me a key. Even though it was daylight and my parents were right outside at the pumps, I instantly had a horrible gut feeling. It was such a strange feeling that it's hard to describe. It wasn't quite fear, but something like if you could feel evil, maybe like a warning sign. Anyway, the bathroom is on the other side of the gas station, facing away from the pumps, and I go inside, do my thing, wash my hands, and then, as my hand is on the door handle, ready to leave, the feeling gets intense, like I might throw up, and I'm feeling crazy emotions. And I knew, without knowing for certain, that I shouldn't leave. I decided to call my parents from the restroom. I tell them that they need to come get me on the other side. They don't even question it and say that they're on their way. I don't bother waiting outside the bathroom at all. This feeling of evil is so strong, there's no way I'm heading out that door. I know that's probably not something real, to feel evil, but it's not like any other feeling. A few moments later, I heard a knock. I know right away that it's okay to open the door. It's my dad. He asks if I'm okay. Of course, I was fine, and because I couldn't quite explain my feelings, I said yes. He then said that when he drove the car around the back, there was a man with an old truck pulled up to the bathroom with his truck door open. The man was standing directly outside the bathroom door, as if he were ready to throw me in his truck the second I stepped out. When he saw my parents, he jumped in his truck and drove off. My dad was furious. He remembered the make and color of the truck and even noticed the broken back window of his cab. We whipped out of the parking lot with the whole family going after the guy. We actually caught up with him and followed him a ways. I didn't know what my dad would have done if he'd caught him, but that intense feeling of fear was back. We almost ended up at a red light together, but the man in the truck went through it and we lost him. I don't know for sure what my original feeling of dread and fear was, but my mom likes to say it was the Holy Spirit taking care of me, warning me. I really don't know. I've had it a few times since then, and it always happens in bad situations, so maybe she's right. That time, though, was definitely the most intense. I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset, that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school,
and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these two 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car, but the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. Full disclosure, I did not have face-to-face contact with him, and I would never want to take away from nor imply my experience to be more horrific than the experiences of those who actually did that night. I was a senior in high school in January 1978 and planned to attend FSU in the fall. That mid-January weekend in 1978, my roommate-to-be, Roxy, and I took a road trip to Tallahassee to experience the co-ed life. We couldn't wait to graduate and live on our own in a college town. We arrived Friday evening and met up with another friend from our hometown who was a freshman at Florida State and our hostess for the weekend. Her dorm was Gilchrist Hall, which is situated right across from the Chi Omega House, basically the center of campus at the time. The city and campus was beautiful and so cool to us yahoos from a small, sleepy town with no nightlife. Having grown up on the east coast of Florida, which is flat and full of palm trees, Tallahassee had old buildings and crawling ivy, rolling hills, and older, cooler college students doing college-type activities. We were mesmerized. That Saturday evening, we went to Sherrod's, a popular college bar across the street, next door to the Chi Omega House. I was only 17, but the drinking age in Florida that year was 18, and bars were lax in terms of alcohol service to minors. And it was a college town. It was later reported that Ted Bundy was at the bar several hours before committing the Chi Omega murders. After spending some time at the popular hangout Sherrod's, Roxy, Karen, and I were then off to a frat party at the Lambda Chi House. I don't remember much about the night other than walking around with my solo cup of grain alcohol punch and talking to people. Eventually, we were all partied out, met up, and jumped in my little Toyota Corolla to drive back to the Gilchrist Hall. As we headed toward the dorm, I slowed down due to police cars and flashing lights. As we approached the Chi Omega House on the right, there was a couple standing outside on the lawn in an embrace, one that indicated something terrible had happened, and they were comforting each other. A bad car accident? It was late, sometime after 3 a.m., We made our way back to the dorm and our beds, crashing. Out of a deep, alcohol-infused sleep on Sunday, mid-morning, came loud pounding on the door. Gestapo-like pounding that continued at each door all the way up and down the hall. The resident assistant called for all of the residents to come out now for an emergency meeting. I remember the Gilchrist Hall residents, me and Roxy, sitting along the wall in that dorm hall. There came the sobering news. 2 Chi Omega sorority sisters had been killed, a stone's throw away from us, only hours before. Do not go out alone. Do not prop doors open. Be careful. Our magical weekend ended in that sobering moment. Roxy and I left a short time later. We had a 5-hour drive to discuss our crazy weekend. And it wasn't lost on us that it could have been us. We could have been Bundy's victims. He could have been at Lambda Chi and charmed one of us off somewhere. I'm sure I thought that was a scenario I could handle at the time. And when you factor in alcohol, or he could have walked into the side door of Gilchrist Hall and attacked someone, or the possibilities, they were endless. But I was happy to be in my car with my friend. That fall, as freshmen at FSU, Roxy and I went through Rush Week. I recall visiting the Chi Omega house. There was an elephant in the room. No one wanted to pledge that sorority. The FSU campus changed forever. Bushes were cut back. Doors were never propped. He didn't open the door to strangers. Ted Bundy may have moved on, but his presence, even if yet unknown, was still living there. People talked about where they were and what they were doing when the murders occurred. It was too close for comfort. May all of Bundy's victims rest in sweet peace. I hope and pray that their loved ones have found some comfort and healing. There, but for the grace of God, go I. George was one of these 20-somethings who preferred the company of high schoolers. He was somewhat of a beloved figure. A charming black man in an extremely white town. A bit of a troublemaker, sure, but more of a rascal than anything else. He volunteered with the city's police department, but he would also volunteer to buy beers for his underage friends, especially the girls. Girls loved George. He had a lot of female friends. I wasn't one of them, mostly due to the fact that I was more or less a straight arrow in high school. Plus, unlike most of my friends, I wasn't scared to venture into the semi-shady neighborhoods across the bridge. There, I could buy alcohol directly from the source, the sketchy convenience stores that sold it to minors, bypassing George and his ilk. Though I wasn't much of a partier, I did like to hang out with Peter, another party boy in his early 20s. Peter lived in a house that he owned, but the backstory was rather tragic. His family had been killed in a car accident, and he'd purchased it with the settlement money. Peter was the only survivor, and the accident left him with quite a few facial scars, certainly emotional scars, and I now realize a bit of brain damage. Peter filled his house with furniture cast-offs and things stolen from the high school, and teenage roommates who somehow had the wherewithal and parental permission to live with the guy. It was the quintessential party house. Any given night, there was some type of underage gathering over there. Peter, like George, loved the ladies, but he was more into the 13, 14-year-olds. At 17, I was too old for him. Yeah, I know, but it was the 80s and things were tolerated. The big parties would happen on the weekends, attracting hundreds of kids sometimes. Without Peter's knowledge, George started coming around. These gatherings could get big. I spoke to George a few times, definitely accepted a free beer from him on several occasions, but he didn't appear to like me very much, which wasn't surprising. I was a dorky wallflower type, and the guys who did like me, they tended to be on the dorky side as well. But Peter liked me and my friends, and I liked him, even though he was prone to fits of rage. He was smart, a funny guy, and we had a nice platonic friendship. I was welcome in his house and felt comfortable stopping by just to see what was going on. When I got my license and started driving and working part-time, I started coming around more and more. Peter's house wasn't far from my workplace, and I'd often stop by after work. Those gatherings were smaller, usually just a few people huddled around an electric heater, smoking weed or clove cigarettes. It was during one of these weekday hangout things when George arrived, with a case of beer and an entourage of young women. Rocker chicks, slightly older. Definitely didn't look like they lived on the island being a snooty bastion of preppies, with a few goths and waivers mixed in. Peter didn't usually mind strange girls showing up at his door, but George was another story. Peter immediately confronts George, tells him to get the fuck out. George puts on the charm. Hey, what's the problem? I've got plenty of beer for all of us. Come on, let's party. The group gathered inside is saying, Hey, calm down, Peter, let him in. All the time, I thought that either Peter didn't want the competition for his attention, or he was just being racist. But Peter held his ground, told him to go away, and to never come back, that George was unwelcome on his property, and if he returned, he'd be shot on sight. Peter was fond of guns and owned several. Many years later, long after George's crimes came to light, the book had been published and the TV true crime special had aired. Peter claimed that he knew George was a sociopath all along. I didn't want him to have anything to do with me or my friends, he claimed on a Facebook thread about the guy. So, yeah, I partied with a serial killer, but luckily, I never got too close. I went to high school with George Russell, a serial killer, who was tried and convicted of multiple sadistic necrophile murders 6 years after we graduated. I was about 10 or 11 years old. My grandmother and I lived in the projects in Racine, Wisconsin, USA. My granny wanted the best for me, so I went to a Catholic school on the other side of town. Before I started to attend, she and my aunt took me to the city bus stop, and we rode the bus to and from the school, just so I was comfortable with the route. I was not a naive child by any means. My grandmother was sickly, and I took care of her. I would ride my bike to the bank with money and a note to get the money orders for bills at that age. I was always taught not to talk to strangers and those types of things, so she was confident I would be okay. I remember like it was yesterday. It was the end of the school day, and it had been pouring rain. The rain was coming down in sheets. The city bus stop was about 2 blocks away from my school. I took a deep breath and started to run as fast as I could, with my backpack over my head. 'Cause, we don't play about our hair. Sometimes there was someone there waiting for the bus as well, but not this day. I stood at the stop in the rain for about 10 minutes. The bus usually came within that time, but not this day. I saw a brown-colored Chevy slowly pass the bus stop and didn't think anything of it. But shortly after, I saw the car coming back down the street. There was a male driving and a female in the passenger seat. The Chevy slowed down in front of me and the lady rolled the window down. Instantly, I saw a weird look in her eyes, even though she was smiling. She said to me, "Hey, darling, it's pouring down out here. Would you like a ride?" I said, "No, thank you, ma'am." But strangely, they didn't pull off. I remember the man looked in my direction, which made me uneasy. Even at this young age, I was a watcher of people, their mannerisms and their eyes especially. She asked me again, with a bit more authority, to get in the car because she couldn't bear to see me drenched the way I was. I again said, "No, ma'am." I began to get scared. I didn't know why. I was thinking to myself, why aren't they pulling off? She asked why I was alone at the stop. "Where's your mama?" she said. I said, "I'm not alone. My brother just ran into the house to get his friend before the bus comes." That lie slid right out of my mouth. She started to open her door as if she were going to get out, so I ran and started beating on the random door next to me, instinctively screaming, "James, the bus is coming!" Just then, I saw the bus in the distance. This startled her, and I heard the man say, "Close the door, Deborah." She did, and they pulled off, screeching, the tires and all. I don't know why I was trembling so bad, but I remember being terrified. No one ever did come to that door. I'm an only child, and there was no James. Years later, I was watching a crime show, and I saw a picture of Alton Coleman and Deborah Brown, and immediately I recognized the woman. Although I only saw the man from the side, I was sure it was him. The hair was unforgettable. I broke into a cold sweat all those years later. They had raped and murdered men, women, and children all across Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. They were both subsequently sentenced to death. Alton Coleman was executed. Deborah Brown was ultimately sentenced to life in Ohio, but is still sentenced to death in Indiana, I believe. I'm certain, had I gotten into that car, I wouldn't be here today. I'm grateful I had the intuition that I did, even at that young age. It was a different time then. People were much more trusting. Between you and me, I was a split second from taking that ride, because it was the end of the school day and it was pouring. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though clearly no one had locked the door, because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car, unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed, big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside. And almost instantly, the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me. But I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my back seat. Once again, armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. this gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now, I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over. But by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly, not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. When I was in 7th grade, so 12 or 13 years old, my best friend got sick with mono and had to stay home from school for several weeks. As an excuse to basically just talk to her through the window, I agreed to drop off her homework after school. I gave her mom the papers and she offered to drive me home like she always did, and I declined like I always did. The walk was short and I appreciated it. When I was a couple blocks from my house, I saw my 6-year-old brother and a neighbor that was about the same age starting to get into a stranger's car. Immediately, I screamed at him. I threw my backpack in the air and started running towards them. They hesitated on getting in, focusing their attention in my direction. And with that, the man in the car took off with the doors open. Catching up to them, my stupid little brother turned to me and was very mad. The neighbor confused little boy. Apparently, and of course, the man had promised them candy if they got in the car. And because of me, he had no candy. He stomped off towards the front door while I collapsed in the dirt by the road near our house. I don't scare easily, but that time I was terrified. I remember telling my parents what happened and their reaction being that my brother wasn't allowed to travel outside without me present. Not much of a reward for saving his life, but I was sure to drill into him the importance of never stepping foot in a car with a stranger. I didn't go into every gruesome detail, but he knew about John Wayne Gacy when I was through with him. I didn't care if I scared him. That was the point. I'd like to think I saved his life multiple times, thanks to those lessons.
I grew up in the 90s, and my dad was a single parent who worked on an oil rig. Whenever he was gone on a hitch, I would be left with my Aunt Phyllis, who was the manager of our local mall. Her office had a small TV and VCR, which I sat in front of for 40 hours a week. When I got a little older, most of my time was spent in the game room. It was always like a second home, a safe place. I was happy there. As a teenager, my friends and I would leave our bags in my aunt's office while we saw a movie next door. One day, we returned right as Phyllis was leaving, and I had to use the bathroom. She was in a hurry and told us to lock the doors when we left. My friend Kaylee joked that we should stay hidden in her office until closing and spend the night in the mall. Our other friend, Lexi, thought it was a great idea, and I was never great with peer pressure. You know that movie, Home is Where the Heart Is, the one where Natalie Portman gets knocked up and lives in a Walmart? Yeah, that's why they wanted to stay there. Anywho, we called our parents and said that we were staying with someone else, locked up, and stayed quiet. The security guard rattled the door as he walked by, but that was it. We waited an hour after closing just to be sure everyone was gone. The stores were all locked up, but we had the run of everything else, including the giant jungle playhouse that was usually overrun with kids. We were climbing to the top of the slide when Kaylee screamed and pulled Lexi and I below the side rails. "Someone's still in here," she whispered. By then, we had been in there for over a half an hour, and we were being pretty loud, and it wasn't that big of a mall. If someone was still inside, they knew we were there. I stood up to speak with whoever she saw, but no one was there. It didn't make sense that one of the janitors would run from 3 16-year-old girls. We got worried that they might have preferred waiting for the police and decided to leave. But all of the doors were locked, a problem we didn't foresee because we were stupid teenagers. There was an exit through the back of my aunt's office, but a solid 12-foot gate blocked our way out of the alley. The longer we stood around trying to think of a way out, the more we began to realize that no police were coming. If no cops were called, then why hadn't we been confronted? And then that begged the question, had Kaylee even seen a real person? Or had she freaked out over a mannequin in a window? Finally, we decided to go back inside to check. It was past midnight, and there was no reason for anyone to still be hanging around. By this point, Lexi and I were positive Kaylee imagined it, but Kaylee insisted she saw someone turn the corner. A lap around the mall only confirmed our theory, but it did nothing to sway Kaylee's conviction. We returned to the playhouse where we settled in to wait for morning and eventually dozed off. It was about 2:30 when the playhouse started to creak and groan under the weight of someone new. I woke up seconds before the others to see the horrifying toothless grin of a tweaked-out homeless man through one of the bubble windows. I screamed. He screamed. Kaylee and Lexi screamed, and we all continued screaming as we scrambled out of the playhouse. As we ran away, the man chased us, yelling about how he told us rotten boys to stay out of his house. When I had a chance to look back, he was brandishing a large hunting knife and swearing to leave our heads on spikes. Though, in his next breath, he vowed to leave our hanging bodies on display. Either way, We weren't going to stop to see his preference. We wanted to barricade ourselves into my aunt's office, but the only way to get a barrier between us and the crazy man was to hide in the restrooms. We managed to get the door shut behind us when the crazy guy crashed into it with a loud bang. The force pushed all three of us back, but we managed to hold it against his assault. There were a series of terrible noises as he repeatedly stabbed and slashed at the heavy wooden door. We threw all of our weight against it, just hoping he would tire first. There was nothing we could move and nothing heavy enough to barricade, so our stamina was the only thing keeping us alive. It's amazing how fast the police turn into allies when your life is truly in danger. A few hours ago, we were simply the enemy, but now we couldn't dial 911 fast enough. I didn't care if I'd be grounded for 6 months. I just wanted to get the hell out of that mall. Luckily, Lexi had her phone. The operator was calm and comforting. He accepted our situation with no questions about how or why we were locked in the mall. Any doubts about the validity of our claims were put to rest by my friend's blood-curdling screams, and also by the psycho's promises to show us our intestines before we die. This guy was nothing if not a Rolodex of murder methods. He threatened to burn the mall down with us inside and about 100 other things while the operator listened and encouraged us to keep holding the door. At one point, it swung open enough for him to get the knife inside, and there was a sickening crack as the door slammed back onto it. Then, it was his turn to scream. Combined with the sound of his knife clattering to the floor, this provided a moment of euphoric relief, but it was short-lived. He began running and throwing his entire body into the door. If he wasn't so high out of his mind to notice, he probably could have gotten in with how far it opened with each impact, but we were very lucky that night, all things considered. It only took 5 minutes for the police to arrive, but those minutes felt like hours, and our bodies were jello by the end. The cops chased the crazy guy back to his playhouse, where they subdued him with minimal effort. They said he was a homeless man that had been in and out of prison since he was our age. Apparently, he too had the brilliant idea to live in the mall, only he wasn't playing pretend like we were. Needless to say, we were all grounded for lengthy periods of time, but at least my aunt thought it was funny. I was worried she would be upset with me, but she believed almost getting murdered was punishment enough, and she was positive I would never pull that stunt again. And she was absolutely right. Just 1 year ago, I was on the computer at 11 p.m. while sitting at a desk beside a window. Mind you, I live in a ground floor apartment, so I'm used to seeing people walk by, but nothing like this. I had my headphones in, listening to music, when I hear some sort of unrecognizable background noise. I take off one headphone, then the other. The noise is then clearly coming from the window, almost a scratching noise. I was scared shitless at this point. The noise began growing louder. I finally grew the balls to get up and walk over to the window. I had to move the slat in order to see what was making the noise. I moved the slat ever so slowly, and I see a man face to face in the window. I was horrified. A burglar, serial killer, stalker. To make it worse, he looked so angry that I had noticed him. Oh, hell fucking no. Fuck. I think I said this out loud. I quickly flipped the blinds back, stand frozen in my room for 5 minutes. By this time, the noise came back. I quickly turned on the lights in my room, and I flipped the blinds over again to see the man running away. I then take the time to plan out what I'm going to do next, when all of a sudden I hear knocking on my neighbor's door, followed by a scream. Holy shit, I'm gonna die. I take a bag and a jacket, and I run into the hallway and out the side door, going to my friend's place for the night. When I get there, we call 911. They say they've already had a report for that address. I came back the next morning to find out that the man in the window
had knocked on my neighbor's door, probably thinking it was mine. He punched my neighbor in the face, ran into his kitchen to grab a knife. Luckily, his friends were over at the time, and they tackled the man, holding him captive until the police could arrive. Had it been me, a teenage girl who was home alone, I don't think the story would have ended so happily. I don't think I'll ever forget how lucky I am. I had a near brush with the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez. I didn't realize that it had happened until a couple of weeks later when the FBI contacted my dad. It was around 1984 or 85. My grandmother had passed away and her house in San Francisco's Marina District was vacant. It was a beautiful house in a spectacular location. Cary Grant used to live there, and it has spectacular views of the Golden Gate Bridge, Alcatraz, and the bay. There was also a creepiness to the house. The address was 3666 Baker Street, so the 3 sixes may have been a coincidence, but I had some family who lived there, and they all died from untimely deaths. I had just graduated from high school in 1984, and my high school girlfriend had come back from college in the Midwest to visit me. She loved the views and food at my grandmother's house, and I told her that my grandmother had recently passed, so the food is not there, but let's go out and watch the sunset, as I had a key. It was the first time entering the house after my grandmother had passed. I didn't realize how quickly the vibrant feeling of a home could change. So there already was a creepy feeling going on as we entered. We went to the top floor and just started to enjoy the view, and then we heard a loud double bang thud sound. I told my girlfriend that there's a tree in the yard that has long branches, and when the wind blows hard on one of those branches, they occasionally bang on the side of the house. She was more observant than me and said that there isn't even a light breeze outside. I looked outside and realized she was right, and it felt like someone had just punched me in the gut, as I knew something was wrong. I wanted to be brave and solve where the sound came from, so I said, "Yeah, you're right. I'll go down and check the basement." As I was about to head down, she stopped me and said, "Do you mind if we just drive to the beach and watch the sunset? I've got a bad feeling about being here." I agreed, as I did have the same strange feeling about the house and the noise too. As 18-year-olds, we walked out of the house and quickly put the incident behind us. A few weeks later, the FBI contacts my father, as he was the executor of the estate. They ask him if anyone had been to the house in the last few weeks, and he said no, as he didn't know that I had been there. They told him that he was lucky because they discovered that Richard Ramirez had been living there for at least a week. And then they gave him the date range. I was there exactly in the middle of the date range. The FBI said that Richard Ramirez was going into the basement through the backyard and that he would kick the back window open while hanging onto a tree branch, the one that would bang against the house. The FBI told my dad that if anyone had been in the house while he was there, he would have most definitely killed them. He had broken into some other homes in the neighborhood, and they found some of the stolen items in the basement, as well as some newspaper clippings and other clues that they couldn't disclose at the time. I told my girlfriend about what had happened, but I waited many years before ever telling my dad. The Night Stalker was arrested shortly after. An angry mob in LA recognized him and chased him down. It's a great ending to a tragic story of serial killing. The house became ours after the estate was concluded, but was eventually sold as none of us wanted to live there. It was around 1977 or 78. I can't remember for sure, but I was a police explorer at the time. Florida was holding a statewide police explorer competition in Tallahassee, Florida. My group was attending this competition. There were about 10 of us, along with a couple of chaperones and police officers from our town. We were staying at a large chain hotel, along with hundreds of other groups from around Florida. I was in the room with 3 other girls. We were all sitting by the sliding glass door, as were most of the other teams around the courtyard surrounding the pool. All of a sudden, a man came out of nowhere. He was completely naked. He jumped in the pool and swam a couple of laps, then got out and started walking back towards our room. All of the girls were screaming and running in every direction, causing our advisors and chaperones to run into the room. The man took off running while still naked, and no less than 10 or 15 cops in hot pursuit. They chased him across a busy highway, and unfortunately for him, he took a wrong turn and was apprehended in a handball court. The cops brought him back to the courtyard for us girls to identify. The cops told us to look for his clothes, which we did, and we found a navy suit with nice leather shoes neatly folded in some of the landscaping around the pool area near our room. One of the local cops who was doing the arrest said that it was a shame this man did what he did because he was apparently Irish, and so was the cop. The man's name, or the name he gave the cops, was Mundy. I remember standing very close to the man. He was tall, very handsome, wavy brown hair and piercing blue eyes. I just remember thinking how incredibly handsome this man was, and why would such a nice-looking man do something so bizarre? He was very charming, had a beautiful smile. He kept smiling at me and the other girls. We were 15, 16, and 17 years old. Turns out this man gave a false name. His real name was Ted Bundy. Soon after returning home, within a few days or a couple of weeks, we saw on the news about Ted Bundy. We realized the man around the pool was not who he said he was that night, that he'd given a false name. It was definitely 100% Ted Bundy, not Mundy. We kept expecting a phone call from the local police or someone, but we didn't. So I'm not sure if the local cops ever put two and two together. The man was probably released after a quick appearance before a magistrate. I later learned Ted Bundy was in Tallahassee at that particular time after escaping prison in another state. He went on to kill women in the Florida area and was apprehended soon afterwards. While a freshman at the University of Utah, I met and had lunch with Ted Bundy on several occasions while he was a first-year law student at the same school. Please don't judge the U of U based on either of our attendance there. Now, my getting to know him was just for a few weeks prior to his becoming a suspect in murders of young women in Utah. My impression of him was that he was very interested in women, which would send up no flags. I mean, all of us at that time were obsessed with sex and the opposite sex. But that being said, there were certain things that he would do that bothered me, and in retrospect, they were small clues. He was a handsome law student, so young women were always talking to him. But if they had to leave, like go to class, he would grab them by the arm and hold them there. If one was to do that today, one would be kicked in the testicles by most women I know. He would stare at women in an intense, almost creepy way, but he would never tell anyone what he was thinking. Today, I keep wondering if he was imagining killing them. It horrifies me, even today. I wish I could tell you that I saw one or more signs of his being a sociopath. But back in the late 70s, I don't think I'd even heard the word. And certainly there was not a copy of the DSM-V lying around for me to check off each diagnostic criteria. At best, I thought he was a narcissist. But even that was based on a Psychology 101 understanding of personality disorders. But it was the 70s, and it was really cool to hang out with a guy who had a lot of girls chasing after him. He gave me a ride in his Volkswagen, which he used to prey on women, and which ultimately led to his capture. I keep thinking about that car, and all I remember was that it was neat, and the passenger's front seats seemed loose. I even commented about it. Later, I found out that he would remove the front seat to hide women he had abducted. That really freaked me out years later. When I learned that he was executed in Florida in 1989, I was happy. I'm opposed to capital punishment, but for me, Bundy was an exception. He had no place in the roles of humanity, and the world is a tiny bit better off without him. This isn't my story. It's my step-grandmother's. I sat watching the news with her when an old picture of a serial killer came on the screen. "Did you know I lived over the road from him?" she said to me. "No," I exclaimed, and she nodded and told me about it. He was very charismatic, charming, and lovely to all the kids on the street. He always offered us sweets and was happy to talk to us. His wife wasn't as fussed, but she still spoke to us on the rare occasion she came outside. We all played outside on the street, as was the norm back then, going up and down, playing hopscotch and the like. Everybody's parents left them to it and didn't know where we were half the time. The world felt safer. Then one day, my own grandmother told me that we couldn't play outside. She kept us indoors, away from the windows. The police were searching the neighbor's house. It wasn't until many months later we found out what had happened and how many children he and his girlfriend had killed. They took a girl from one of the local roads, I believe, though she was older. We weren't allowed out without somebody watching after that. I think it stuck in people's minds that Ian Brady and Myra Hindley, they could have done the same to any of their children too. When she finished her story, my blood ran cold, and I still get chills every time I tell it. I can't remember the last time I told this story. It's been a while, but in all this time I've never written it down, so you've officially inspired me to do that. I grew up in Fresno, California, mainly in the 80s, but a small part of the 90s as well. Fresno in the 80s is a lot like it is now. Maybe less people, but I have to assume the same level of crime and poverty exists today as it did then. It wasn't all bad, though, and especially for a kid, it was hardly noticeable. I had lots of friends, we had a decent park nearby, and incredibly wild imaginations for our age. One summer or spring, I'm not sure which, me and a couple of my friends from the apartments decided to play one of our favorite outdoor games, Bloody Murder. If you're lucky, you played this game as a kid. If not, it's never too late. Anyway, the game consists of 4 people minimum, though we'd gotten away with 3 before. You pick a home base. For us, it was this palm tree in the middle of the apartments. Then one person hides, aka the murderer, while the others try to catch the murderer before he can make it back to base. Another rule was everyone couldn't just guard the tree. You had to actively look for the murderer. Well, this time, I was the murderer, so I was hiding. I had a few favorite spots, and several I tried to avoid in order to not be detected so quickly. One of my favorite spots was under the staircase of one of the buildings closest to home base. It was easy because you had full coverage, essentially, and an easy escape through either side of the building once you emerged. There was also space to see from there, so you could detect if someone was coming, or if they were close, etc. I considered this a great spot, and since no one had ever actually found me hiding in it, I was in the clear as far as being detected. 2 of my friends, William and Christopher, tended to search together because they were brothers, and Christopher was a bit younger than all of us. Otherwise, everyone was split up. From my perfectly secure spot, I watched as my friends ran past the building. For a few minutes, I could see and hear them trying to figure out where I was and where they should be in order to capture me. Finally, their voices grew further away, and I knew it was my chance to make a run for it. Up until this next moment, this was a normal day like any other. But just as I was about to leave, I saw my friend's little brother, Christopher. I figured, William is definitely around here somewhere. He's probably waiting to watch me on the other side. So I turned myself around to look out that way, but I didn't see William anywhere. I turned around again and I saw Christopher talking to someone who was inside of a car. Probably his dad, I thought. But when the man got out, I realized it couldn't be their dad, because their dad was a much larger man than the one I was seeing right now, and he didn't wear glasses. Still, I wasn't going to give up my hiding spot, so I sat back and waited to see where he was going to go, and if anyone else was going to show up. But before I even had time to settle, I heard Christopher scream, and I could see that the man in glasses had grabbed Christopher. He was trying to get him inside of the car. Surely, if this were real, if this were happening, someone would do something, I thought to myself. But I quickly realized that I was that someone. My heart was racing, and I had no idea what was going to happen. But before I knew it, I was grabbing some gravel from beneath my feet and running full speed towards the man and Christopher. I was screaming too now. I think something like, "Let him go," but it could have simply been me screaming. When I got close enough to the two of them, I threw the rocks into the man's face, hoping that they would do something. I definitely expected more of a reaction. Instead, he sort of swatted them away as if it were dust. Then with his free hand, he was suddenly shoving me in the chest. I lost my footing, and I was down on the ground for barely a second before I started screaming again, with Christopher joining me. I stood back up, and though the man hadn't let go of my friend, he also hadn't moved either. My next thought was to just stomp on this guy's feet, so I did. And again, Christopher followed suit, stomping and smashing at this man's toes in unison while screaming. He was starting to lose his nerve, and we could tell. At least I could. Then, like clockwork, 3 of my friends came into view and charged towards the scene. Behind them was William and Christopher's dad, and he looked pissed. That sight alone made the man release Christopher, and he tried to run to the other side of his car. He made it. Well, inside his car anyway. Their father had brass knuckles with him, and he was prepared to use them. He yelled for all of us boys to get inside, and without even thinking, we just all ran to their apartment because we didn't want to split up. Eventually, all of our parents and basically the whole complex was outside, which was usually the case anytime the police showed up. This guy was a known creep, and I'm pretty sure that he went away for doing worse to another kid. I remember kidnapping was sort of a big deal in our area. We still played outside, had fun, and were kids, but I think we were all a bit changed by the whole thing. I remember paying more attention to just about everything after that moment, so lesson learned. But I also remember William's little brother was pretty afraid of just about everything after that. He never really did want to play outside anymore, and as a kid, you sort of brush that stuff off, but yeah, I can only imagine the effect it had on him. I'm an old man now, but I grew up in foster care during the 70s. I know that's still a rough life for a child to endure, but it used to be much worse. People get checks from the state for each foster kid they take in, so lowlifes would put on a good show for social workers and get approved. Then they would squeeze as many children as they possibly could into their homes, dress them in rags, and feed them gruel for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Most of the time, kids are shoved into 1 or 2 rooms filled with prison-quality bunk beds. That's what my foster home was like. And several of the kids had been to other homes that were just as bad. It feels like there's no escape except surviving long enough to reach 18. Even if you get away from one hellhole, the majority go straight to another. I was only 6 when I arrived at the Smith home. They were extremely kind when the social worker dropped me off. They hugged me, gave me cookies and milk, and made me feel safe. Then my social worker left, and they took it all away. Mrs. Smith grabbed my wrist so tightly, her fingernails dug into my skin. She said that she was going to give me the house tour and teach me the rules. I was to pay attention closely, as nothing would be repeated, and the punishments would be the same on me as they were on all the others. The refrigerator and pantry had locks on them, and Mrs. Smith wore a key around her neck. We were never allowed any snacks or toys unless a social worker was there, and the nicely decorated children's rooms they had upstairs were just for show. We weren't even allowed to enter those. Me and my 7 foster siblings slept on the prison-style bunk beds in the basement. They were all crammed together, with 2 on the back wall and 1 on each side wall. Being the youngest and the newest, I got the one with the most holes and piss stains. The mattresses were bare, and we were each given 1 pillow and 1 blanket. which were also stained and filled with holes. The basement door was kept locked at night to prevent wandering, and we were given buckets in lieu of a bathroom, buckets we cleaned and emptied ourselves. Officially, we were homeschooled because the Smiths feared what we might say at a real school. Unofficially, the only thing we learned were household chores. The girls did a lot of cleaning and cooking, while the boys helped Mr. Smith with the outside stuff. I was so small that I spent most of my time raking leaves into burn piles and carrying the firewood inside. Billy was 15 and the oldest. He was the one who fought back the most, so he received the worst punishments. They wanted to make an example out of him, so the rest of us didn't follow his lead. He was regularly beaten, and in some cases, he was locked in an old tin doghouse overnight. During the summer, it was just hot and miserable, but during the winter, it was like sleeping in a freezer, especially once the snow came in earnest. One day, Mr. Smith pushed Billy too far. He wasn't in foster care because his parents didn't want him. He was there because they were killed in an accident, and he didn't have any other family. The only thing he had left from his parents was a plain hemp necklace with a few beads, and it belonged to his father. It was absolutely worthless beyond sentimental value, which is the only reason he'd managed to hang on to it for so long. Well, Mr. Smith became enraged that some chores still hadn't been finished. So he came up behind Billy, grabbed the necklace, and tore it off of him. The beads scattered everywhere. I had just come back for another load of firewood and witnessed the entire event. Mr. Smith just kept screaming like the necklace didn't exist, but Billy's face was turning blood red and contorting into a look of pure rage. Suddenly, in a blur of movement, he pounced onto the old man, and both went to the ground. Billy sat atop Mr. Smith and beat his face in. I could see the blood fly with each strike. I was hiding by that point, silently praying my brother managed to kill that bastard before anyone could stop him. But then I heard footsteps crunching in the snow. Slow at first, but then faster and faster, until I recognized the shrill sound of Mrs. Smith's scream. She emerged from the tree line seconds later, and she was holding a rifle. I wanted to yell for Billy to run away, but no sound would come out. I was completely paralyzed as I watched it all play out in slow motion. Mrs. Smith didn't even call out a warning. She just raised her weapon and fired, shooting Billy directly in the head. He instantly flew backwards with the ear-splitting bang, the top of his head now completely obliterated. The Smiths weren't the least bit fazed by any of it either. Mrs. Smith helped her husband to his feet, gave him a good telling off for being bested by a child. But then they just calmly threw Billy's body into a wheelbarrow, as if he were nothing more than a pile of soiled hay. Then Mr. Smith took him into the woods while his wife followed behind with 2 shovels. That's when I got the hell out of my hiding space. I knew they would kill me too if they knew I witnessed the whole thing. When they later returned from burying our foster brother, they called the police and social worker to inform them Billy had run away. They got away with everything for another 3 years. That's when Margot came to live with us. She was 12, and she was the first child the Smiths couldn't break. After only 1 week with us, she snuck away in the middle of the day and ran all the way to a neighbor's house, which meant a 3-mile hike through a thick forest because she couldn't risk traveling by road. She told the neighbors everything that we had told her, and she showed them the fresh welts across her back. The police were then called, and before we knew it, the Smiths were in handcuffs while we were all being shipped off to new homes. I was extremely lucky with my next family. They turned out to be my forever home and eventually made the adoption official, but I'll never forget the years I spent living with the Smiths. I went to a small private school, and the bullies were absolutely brutal during my freshman year. I got thrown in trash cans, given atomic wedgies, and had more swirlies than I can count. But there was one kid named Timmy who got it way worse. He was every asshole's wet dream. He wore glasses, got straight A's, pulled his pants up a little too high, and the poor guy's face was filled with more craters than the moon. His family was also poor, so his clothes were never the right brand, and he always brought his lunch in a Pokemon lunchbox. Don't get me wrong, I love Pokemon, but I wasn't dumb enough to brag about it at a school full of ignorant rednecks who only cared about sticking their faces into deer blood. Anyway, Timmy was regularly taunted, beaten up, and just all around tortured. They once held him against a wall while one boy pulled his pants open and another squirted an entire bottle of ketchup and mustard inside. On another occasion, they went into his locker. We didn't have locks unless we bought one ourselves, and they poured a jar of fire ants into his backpack. I think they wanted to break him. More than just being an easy target, Timmy never reacted. He didn't get angry, he didn't cry, he just took it. I don't remember exactly what they were doing to him when someone finally asked him about it, but he said that it was because he didn't want his brother to go back to juvie. That only made everything worse. They thought that he was trying to scare them, so they called his bluff. It was a small town, and everyone felt it was impossible to have some badass criminal brother that no one knew about. Well, as it would turn out, our town wasn't quite that small. It was only a few weeks later when one of the sophomores finally took things too far. We were all walking to lunch when the older kid saw Timmy crouched beneath a tree. He had found a fallen bird's nest with one egg still intact, and he was trying to put it back onto the branch. Seeing this, the sophomore grabs the egg and smashes it. I wasn't close enough to hear their exchange, but whatever Timmy said as he walked away bothered the older kid enough to leave him standing slack-jawed beneath the tree. That happened on a Thursday. On Friday, Timmy didn't come to school. And on Saturday, that sophomore was admitted to the hospital with multiple broken ribs, a fractured arm, a cracked skull, and several large purpling bruises covering his body. Come to find out, Timmy's brother Craig was 2 years older than us and huge. He was so mean to other kids that his parents began homeschooling him in 3rd grade. At age 12, he pushed a neighborhood kid in front of a car, and she almost died. He showed no remorse until he figured out that's what it took to get released from juvie, and then he was full of the stuff. He got out the summer before our freshman year, and though he treated the rest of the world like shit, he had a soft spot for his little brother. When Timmy told him, well, whatever he told him, Craig was furious. Friday evening, he drove Timmy to the school as it was letting out, so he could point out the sophomore. Then they followed the kid home. Saturday, Craig returned to his house and waited for the kid to go walking down the street. He was on his way to a friend's house, but he never made it. Once he was out of view of his own home, Craig pulled up beside him and asked for a lighter. Then he offered him a ride as a thanks. Obviously, the decision to say yes was a mistake that guy will never forgive himself for. But if you didn't know Craig, he looked like any other normal teenager, just really big. Once the kid was in the car, Craig asked if he was in a hurry, because if he wasn't, he could show off the new engine he just put in his Mustang. Of course, that sounded great to a teenage boy, so they drove out of the neighborhood and got onto the highway, where they could really punch the gas. That's when Craig properly introduced himself as Timmy's brother. I imagine the sophomore's fear was instant. They then drove to an old park where there were batting cages and tennis courts. A new one had just been built a few miles away, so everyone was going there instead. Parking next to the batting cages, Craig removed a bat and a bag of balls from his trunk. Apparently, he was so much bigger that he felt a regular fight would be too easy, and he wanted to have some fun, so he gave the kid a choice. They could have a regular fight. Craig could beat him black and blue and call an ambulance after, or he could stand at the end of the batting cage and play dodgeball. It was one of those choices that wasn't really a choice. Plus, the kid thought that most of the balls would miss. He was wrong about that part. More than half were solid hits. But it was a gamble either way. Who knows how much damage Craig's fists could have done, or if he would have been able to stop himself as easily as just running out of balls. But the kid also left there with a cracked skull because of a hit to the head. What if 2 balls had hit him? Or 3? He's lucky to be alive. For all those months, Timmy endured things that would make most adults crack in order to keep his brother out of trouble. But that bird's egg was his final straw. Maybe he had a soft spot for animals. Maybe that particular kid had just pushed him too far, too many times. The previous week, he held Timmy down and poured hot sauce into his mouth until he couldn't breathe. I guess it doesn't really matter. The point is, nobody messed with him again after this. At least not at our school. That summer, his family moved out of state, and I haven't heard a thing about him since. It was 1977. I'd taken time off of work to have a baby and stay home with her, but I still needed an income. So my mother had hired my younger sister and me to do the dirty, back-breaking work in her shop while she took care of her first infant granddaughter. Around Halloween, my sister and I were working at our mom's antique store. Mom had just gotten a truckload of European oak furniture that needed to be cleaned and polished, have the handles screwed on, so on and so forth. A nice-looking man came into the store and started talking to my sister, who was 17 at the time. He introduced himself as Ted Smith, and we laughed and said that we must be related, as Mom's maiden name was Smith also. He chatted both of us up, but focused on my sister for the most part. He purchased an armoire, but said that he'd have to go get his truck, since at the moment he was driving a Volkswagen Bug, an old Volkswagen Bug. He then asked my sister and me if we wanted to go out to dinner that night with him. We were sweaty and dirty from work. I had a baby to care for, and Sis already had a boyfriend, so we said, "Thanks, but no thanks, Ted." He asked me to ride with him to get his truck so he could drop off his Bug at the auto shop for repairs. But by that point, I had to get home to my infant, right away, because I was still nursing her, and I thought my breasts were going to begin leaking at any minute. However, he wouldn't give up trying to get one or both of us away from the shop. He said he could come back about 10 that evening for his armoire and asked whether one or both of us would still be there. We replied, "No, we close the shop up at 6 and we both have places to be tonight." He was persistent. "How about tomorrow night?" "No, we close at 6, except on Sundays, when we close at 4. He asked whether one of us could meet him early in the morning, like at 5:30 a.m., but neither of us wanted to. He was getting to be a bit creepy, and Sis and I were eye-rolling at each other. Eventually, he said that he was sorry, but he couldn't buy the armoire if we couldn't be flexible. We hated to give up the sale, but after he had been there for 2 hours, we thought that he was just looking and taking up our time. We still had a lot of work to do on the furniture that had just arrived in the shop. Finally, we just wanted to finish our work and go home. At 6 p.m. as we were leaving, his Volkswagen Bug was parked outside, and he asked us whether we wanted to go get coffee. He especially wanted my sister to go. We said, "Thanks, Ted, but no thanks. Like we said earlier, we have plans." But he continued to be insistent. Finally, I said, "Sis, let's go. I'll take you home." Even though she had her car there, for some reason, I didn't want her to drive home alone around this guy. So he drove off in his Bug, and we really didn't think of it again. Until the next year, when this picture appeared in the paper. Ted Bundy. It still sends chills up my spine writing this, and Sis and I talk about it occasionally. We were 2 lucky young women that day. If either of us had agreed to go, we would have likely been raped and murdered, like so many other women that Bundy kidnapped. It's been a couple of months since I graduated from high school, and I've been looking forward to the freedom and excitement that comes with this new chapter in my life. However, there's something unsettling that's been eating away at my newfound sense of liberation. The suspicion that I'm being stalked by someone from my past, and honestly, I have no idea why. It all started innocently enough. With a few chance encounters in public places, I brushed it off initially, chalking it up to mere coincidences. They looked like someone I hadn't seen for a long time. Maybe they moved back. Maybe it wasn't even them. But soon, These encounters became more frequent, and I couldn't ignore the deep sense of unease in the pit of my stomach. One particular incident stands out in my mind, the one that set off alarm bells and made me truly believe I was being stalked. I was walking through a busy downtown street, lost in my thoughts, when I noticed someone trailing a few steps too close behind me. I turned slightly and could confirm my suspicions. It was Hannah, a former classmate whom I hadn't spoken with in years due to her moving away sophomore year. So it was all some strange coincidence until I noticed a pattern. Everywhere I went, the local mall, my favorite coffee shop, even the park near my house, Hannah was there, lurking in the background like a shadow. It wasn't just passing resemblance either. It was undoubtedly her. The way she walked, the unique birthmark on her cheek, there was no mistaking it. What alarmed me the most was when I realized she had somehow managed to obtain my phone number. I started receiving anonymous text, subtly alluding to personal details that only someone close to me would know. Then just throwing in weird stuff like your secrets aren't safe. Just pointless because sure, we all have stuff we'd prefer the world doesn't know, but I don't have secrets that I'm scared of the world hearing. For some reason, I just knew it was her, even before she eventually revealed who she was. When she did, she just acted like it was all a joke I was supposed to be in on. I asked her how she got my number, but she never gave me those details, just continued to cross boundaries. It was as if she was watching my every move, liking and commenting on everything I posted, sending me DMs related to anything I posted. She even started to post pictures of herself at places I'd been to, using or taking photos of things that had either been on my Instagram or that I'd bought in public recently, places I'd seen her at. I was getting super overwhelmed, seeing this online, piled on with the texts and chance encounters, where she'd really just watch me, not approach me or speak to me. I couldn't handle it, and so since then I've taken every precaution to avoid her. Not only did I block her number, but I blocked her on all my social media accounts, and I even started taking different routes to my usual destinations. But no matter how hard I try, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, like she's always one step behind me or in front of me. And it drives me crazy that I just cannot figure out why she's doing this. To cope with the unsettling situation, I confided in my best friend and family. They've been supportive, assuring me that my safety is their priority. They keep telling me that it's not my job to figure out why they're doing it, that she's unwell or something. I trust them, so I'm keeping my distance. Together, we devised a few strategies to keep me safe or make me feel that way, such as sharing my daily whereabouts with my trusted individuals and ensuring I'm never alone in vulnerable situations. Despite my efforts to distance myself, the constant fear and anxiety, they've taken a toll on my everyday life. It's made it difficult to fully embrace the excitement and freedom that should come with this new phase of life. Instead, I find myself constantly looking over my shoulder and questioning even the most benign encounters. Good evening, all. My name is Corey, and I thank you in advance for stopping by to hear my humble words of warning. I'm a 31-year-old male, 6'2", and I weigh almost 300 pounds. Okay, I'm a really big dude. We need to get that established up front because it's a relevant part of the story. People have been giving me shit for my size for as long as I can remember, so I learned how to deal with assholes very early in life. And since I'm always so much bigger than they are, I'm used to doing just about whatever I feel like doing to them. Assholes make that mistake a lot. They think that just because a fella enjoys good food, he must be simple. Well, I'm many things, but simple ain't one of them. And I resent the assumption something fierce. All through my childhood, other kids would try to trick me into embarrassing myself. But I never fell for their bullshit. Mama raised a glutton, not a fool. And you'll do well to remember there's a difference. So would I, for that matter. I'm also guilty of making dangerous assumptions. Until a few weeks ago, I assumed anyone who tried to mess with me was a harmless punk. I behaved like my size made me invincible. But that was as naive as the imbeciles I'm sitting here making fun of. I currently live in Georgia, but my family is back in Tennessee. Before my visit in August, I hadn't seen my parents in over a year, so I made the trip out to be with them during my birthday week. We had a great bunch of days together, and I left at 10 on a Thursday night in hopes of avoiding any heavy traffic. The drive is only 4 hours, but my back usually starts hurting in half that time, so I always stop at the same rest area to stretch my legs and use the bathroom. Big guy, tiny bladder, that's how it works. Anyway, this rest area is right at the trio's halfway point. It's not the most well-lit or the nicest of places to stop late at night, but it doesn't scream death trap either. I'd been there at least 5 or 6 times before, and I didn't even see another vehicle on those occasions. Then again, I didn't see one during this visit, so I guess that's not saying very much. I pulled into the empty parking lot at midnight and parked right in front of the bathrooms. There was a sign in the center of the small building that indicated men went left and women went right. Each side had a short hallway before turning into the actual bathroom, but I could see from where I stood that the men's light was flickering on and off. I didn't like that, so I decided there was no harm in using the women's. On the off chance that anyone pulled up, I would apologize like crazy and make a quick exit. I only made it a few steps into the actual bathroom part before some deranged guy in a clown costume leapt out of the first stall and gave me the jump scare of my life. He was holding a large knife, had a curly lime green wig, a huge red nose, white gloves, and a green and yellow polka dot jumpsuit that looked like it was part of a Halloween costume. It had orange fuzzy balls around the neck, wrists, and ankles, but he also had a cheap pair of devil horns over his wig, and his makeup looked more like it was for Darth Maul than a clown. Overall, I wasn't impressed as far as costume design. He couldn't have been more than 18, 19. Even through all the gunk on his face, he still just looked like a stupid kid. Once I calmed down from the sudden shock of it all, I was instantly furious. I thought all this clown nonsense had ended years ago. I couldn't believe some idiot was out here still doing that garbage. Plus, he was clearly trying to target women and take it who knows how far. I wasn't about to let him get away with that. At about this same time, his giddy, triumphant laughter was fading into confusion. I could see the gears turning in his tiny brain as he registered the fact that I was not a woman. I was a very large man. I was aware of his knife, but I really didn't believe that he would try to use it on me. I thought he would be like all the other bullies who backed down at the first sign of resistance. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to scare him badly enough to make sure that he didn't try to do this to anyone else. Hell, as I began moving towards him, I was thinking how lucky he was that I wasn't some lunatic with a gun. How I'd probably save his life by putting the fear of God into him while he was still young. Sweet irony. I put on the scariest face I could make and I ran at him, never taking my eyes off that knife until it fell from his terrified hand with a satisfying clink. His face went from menacing psychopath to petrified child in less than a second, and I was so pleased with myself that I forgot to watch his hands. He began backing away from me, pleading. It was only a joke. He didn't mean any harm. He was just having a little fun. The way his voice squeaked, I began to worry that he was even younger than I thought. But then there was a deafening bang that made my head pound, and I could feel the echo vibrating in my clenched teeth. I stopped dead in my tracks, hands shooting to my ears, and that's when I saw the kid's hands had gone to his ears as well, only now he was suddenly holding a gun. I had no clue how it got there, but I was so surprised that it took me several more seconds to realize it had caused the bang. It wasn't until the ringing stopped and I could hear the kid talking that the pieces fell into place. Well, Actually, he was crying, apologizing, and begging me to leave him alone. He kept saying it was an accident, that he didn't know it was loaded. Then I noticed he was staring at my feet and looked down. There was a mark on the concrete where the bullet hit, and the ricochet grazed my leg. There was a good amount of blood there, so the kid thought that he shot me. Hell, I did at first glance, but I only needed a few stitches. Basically, I was really, really lucky. Me and that kid could have lost our lives that night. I think we both needed to learn a lesson. Just remember, folks, you gotta be careful with people. Even when they're not crazy, they're downright careless. It doesn't take malice to make a murderer. Any dumbass can kill somebody.
This happened decades ago, but to this day, my heart will still race in the retelling of this story. I was 23 years old and had just moved to a small new city in southwestern Ontario with my then husband of 3 years. We'd moved there because he had landed a job. I began walking everywhere to apply for work and soon got into a routine of walking at least a couple of miles a day because it felt good. My appearance was always neat and modest when I went out, partly because I knew that I might meet a potential employer. I wanted to look professional. But besides that, I was never a flashy or provocative dresser anyway. One day I was walking home from a shopping mall that was located near the edge of town and along a busy 4-lane road, a few miles from our apartment. I'd done this a lot. As I was walking on the sidewalk facing oncoming traffic, a white pickup truck pulled over to the curb right beside me. The passenger window was rolled down, not unusual as it was a hot summer day, and the driver leaned over and called on me in a low, mumbling voice. I knew better than to get too close, but considered that he might be asking for directions, so I just stopped where I was and responded with, "Pardon me?" As I hadn't really understood what he said. He then said, "Get in, I'll give you a ride." He appeared dirty. His hair hung stringy and oily from beneath a baseball cap and fell just below his shoulders. He sounded as though he was stoned or drunk, but still I was polite and said, "No thank you, I'm enjoying the walk," to which he muttered an obscenity and roared off. I shrugged it off and continued on my way. Then, only a few minutes later, as I was approaching a side street that intersected with this main road, I saw the truck coming back towards me again. But this time, he had 2 other guys with him. My heart was racing wildly by the time he attempted to cut me off, turning the truck onto the side street right in front of me. Then in a split second, the 2 guys jumped out. Without even thinking or waiting to see which way they were going, I immediately turned to my right into the busy road, and bolted across 4 lanes. Miraculously, I wasn't hit by a car, and I just kept on running, not once thinking that I could have been hit. I continued running after getting across the road, all the while looking over my shoulder. I then started thinking of what I was going to do if they came back around for me again. It was broad daylight. Surely somebody must have seen something. Just as I was trying to decide if I was going to go up to a stranger's house and ask for help, 2 women pulled up to the curb in the same direction I'd been running and told me that they had seen what happened. Without hesitation, I hopped in and started trembling. They offered to take me to the police station, but all I could say was that I wanted to go home. They offered to stay with me until my husband got home from work, but I wasn't thinking clearly. I only wanted to get inside as quickly as possible, lock the doors, pull the curtains closed, and wait for my husband. So they left. Which, in hindsight, I realized later was probably a mistake. My husband arrived home not long after, and I fell apart, barely able to get out what had happened to me. He took me to the local police station to report what had happened, but as I didn't get a license plate number, there wasn't much to go on, beyond me telling them that there was a white pickup truck and the description of the driver. The officer said, "Do you know how many white pickup trucks are out there?" I felt sick. After that, I stopped walking anywhere alone. Even when I was out with my husband, I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Shortly after this incident happened, we moved outside the city to a rural address. We had a long driveway with one of those rural mailboxes at the end of the road. Most days I couldn't bring myself to walk the length of the driveway to get the mail, even though I knew logically there was no way that guy could have known where I lived or where we moved. If my husband was working at night, I'd tape newspaper over the windows so that nobody could see in. It sounds crazy, I know, but I realize now that it was the fallout of being traumatized by thoughts of what happened and what might have happened had I not run into traffic. I'm a 21-year-old female and I still drive the same car my dad bought me when I was 16. It was a brand new red Mustang, but it didn't have automatic locks, and that was a must for my dad. I thought he was being picky and neurotic, and I just wanted that one. Neither of us was willing to bend, so our solution was for the dealership to keep it for a few days while they installed automatic locks. I threw a fit. I was a spoiled brat who wanted her car now. I didn't care what kind of locks the damn thing had. I just wanted the freedom to leave my parents' house under my own volition. And 3 days might as well have been 3 months. Of course, in reality, the time flew by. And once I got the car, I was much happier than I would have been with manual locks. I know this because they let me choose whether or not I wanted to wait 2 more days so they could also install automatic windows, and I said no. It's a decision I still deeply, deeply regret. But I digress. Overall, I never really thought about those locks or the drama they caused again. Not until about 2 weeks ago. I've just now gotten to the point where I can talk about it without having a full-blown panic attack, but I don't like to dwell on it for too long, so I'm going to try to make it quick. My best friend is getting married next month, and I'm her maid of honor, so I've been running a lot of errands after work. On this particular evening, I had to pick up my dress from the bridal shop, which is in a huge shopping plaza. The parking lot was still packed, and the only spot I could find was pretty far in the back, but I didn't think much of it aside from the extra walking inconvenience. Once inside, I tried on my dress, and the hem was still a hair too long. So the seamstress lady measured me again, only once she got started, she decided the shoulders didn't sit quite right either. The whole time, she's muttering things under her breath like she just couldn't believe she'd made a mistake. Then she took a closer look at my waist, and I saw her face pale in the mirror. She looked horrified and began chanting, "Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear," as she ran from the fitting room. I was in there so long that I almost went looking for someone, but then the manager rushed in with a box underneath her arm, and yeah, long story cut short, they'd given me the other bridesmaid's dress. We're almost the same size, but not quite. Thankfully, my dress fit perfectly, and I was able to get to my next errand, which was in the same shopping center, but by the time I was ready to leave, it was fully dark outside. The parking lot was almost empty, and I had a clear line of sight to my car from the store as I walked out. I was so happy to be finally done with my errands that my eyes were locked onto it, and it alone. As I stepped outside, a man in a dark green raincoat appeared in front of me. I have no idea where he came from, but he launched into a sob story about being out of gas. He said his girlfriend worked at the service station down the road, and if I could just give him a ride down there, she could bring him back. When I looked at his face, his eye was twitching. It looked like he was tweaking out on something pretty bad. I said, "Sorry, I can't," and tried to go around him, but he grabbed my arm. Hard. I had small bruises from where his fingers dug in. He was cursing me under his breath, but I barely noticed. I screamed and simultaneously yanked my arm away as hard as I could. My arm came free, but my cardigan sleeve remained in his grasp. Stealing a quick look around, I saw that we were completely alone and didn't think twice. I twisted out of the cardigan and left it behind like the garbage it was as I broke into a full sprint.
While running, I could hear the man's footsteps pounding the pavement behind me, and my heart fluttered each time I heard him stumble. I'm sure those little slips were also instrumental in saving my life. I'm not a very fast runner, so they didn't give me the lead I would have liked, but they got me to safety. Digging my keys out, I hit the unlock button repeatedly until I was actually opening the door, and then I had it locked again before it was even shut behind me. The same instant it slammed closed, there was a loud bang, and the entire car shook with a heavy impact. If I'd been even a single second slower, he would have had me and my car to do whatever he pleased. It was only later, after I made it home, that I realized if my dad hadn't insisted on those automatic locks, I would have had to manually unlock my door when the guy was chasing me. There's no way that I could have made it. I haven't told my dad because I don't want to scare him. He already hates that I live in the city, but I'm getting him one hell of a Christmas present this year. Thanks, Dad. During my sophomore year of college, I moved to an apartment. It was a small private development with about 20 ground-level apartments lying down both sides of the street to a cul-de-sac. We paid the owner by mail, and the only other employee was a maintenance guy named Roy. Roy would often be around doing odd chores, cutting the grass or taking care of the pool. He was friendly and often engaged residents in conversation. Just small talk. The first time I got creeped out was when we were planning a keg party at the apartment. It was coming up Friday night. Roy was out by the pool earlier in the week and struck up conversation. He made a comment. If you're going to throw a party, make sure you don't throw a bunch of trash around the pool so I have to clean it up. I figured one of the invited guests had run their mouth and thought nothing of it. It bothered me, though, that he knew something, but he seemed cool about it. One night we were wrestling and accidentally put a foot through the plaster. It left a big 6-inch hole in the wall by the bathroom. Luckily, we had a friend that could come patch it up so we wouldn't have to bother maintenance. I was taking the garbage down and I saw Roy. He started talking and said, "You need to get that hole fixed? I can come and do it." "What hole?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "The one you knocked in the wall while horseplaying," he said. I was livid. One of my roommates had snitched us out. I told him to come by any time. I even agreed to pay him $40 for fixing it. My roommates all denied telling him. I knew that someone had because he knew about the hole. We all started comparing stories, and we discovered that Roy had caused similar weird what-the-hell moments among all of us. One guy related how he knew his sister's name, though she had never been there to visit. Another said that he had asked him about a particular brand of CD player that apparently he'd been using, but Roy knew that before he had even figured it out. He went back to his apartment and looked and just thought that was kind of weird. One day, as I was sitting on the toilet, I got an eerie feeling like I was being watched. I looked up at the cover where the fan had been, the one that had never worked since we moved in, and through the grill slates, I saw a set of eyes looking back at me. I blinked in disbelief, and they were gone. I finished up and went outside, to the attic access point. Roy met me as I was walking around the building. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Fine," I said. I knew he was the culprit. I didn't know what to say. I figured it was my word against his. I didn't say a word. I went back to my apartment and told my roommates. We covered the vents with a piece of cardboard. A couple days had passed and I saw Roy leaving the apartments. I got my roommate and we raced around the attic entrance. I wanted to see how much he could see. Upon entering, I found an elaborate plank walking board that took you all over the attic. All of our apartments were connected. I could go in any direction, and there was a place to spy on the apartment below. I quickly realized that no one's fans worked because they'd all been removed. I worked in a pizza delivery place when I was young and wanted quick money. One afternoon, close to evening in the spring, just before 6 p.m., I was on the phone taking an order. A stocky man of medium build strode into the store and walked behind the counter. He took the phone out of my hand and slammed it. Things happened quickly. Astonished, I got ready to say, "Hey!" Before I could say so, I saw the gun, the guy, and his stern, angry, determined face. And then, just for a brief instance, I looked into his eyes, and he looked into mine. Using instincts I cannot explain, I instantly saw his humanity. I recognized that he was scared, and importantly, understood that he wasn't crazy, not high on some mind-altering drug. He was all there, rational, calculating, and just as scared as I was. I can't tell you how I knew that, and how I knew it so quickly, but I knew, and it made me less scared because, again, I do not know how I knew this. I just knew. He wanted to get this money and get out of here. That entire thought process took less than 3 seconds. That's when you decide to take action, and if so, what type of action? And in that moment, again, on instinct, it seemed to be a clear choice between confrontation and cooperation. And so I instantly calculated the best way to get out of there alive, and it was to cooperate. He just wants to get out of there, and the quickest way to get him out of here without a gunshot is to not threaten him and to just give him the money and let him leave. That was my thought. All that happened in a split second. Even retelling the story now, I can still see this guy's face in my mind's eye, and I can still feel that sense of he's not crazy. It happened decades ago, but it doesn't feel like it. He shouted something about money. Only the manager had a key to the money drawer. I slowly, with no sudden motions, backed away and sat on the floor about 5 feet away with the other employee. She happened to be the girlfriend of the manager, and she started crying. I watched him and the manager. The manager, shaking and bumbling, took out his keys and opened the drawer, and the guy collected all of the cash. It was early in the day, so it couldn't have been more than a couple $100. I don't remember the details any longer. Did he put the cash in his pockets? Did any fall out? I just know that he strode around the counter and out the door and walked away. The entire robbery took less than a minute. When we described him to the police, I drew a little picture. They reacted by speculating about who they thought it was. They seemed to know the guy. Thinking back on it, it wasn't a situation that made sense to confront him, so I probably wouldn't change my behavior. No idea if the same tactics would work today, but I'm just glad they did then. During my adolescence, at the age of 13, my parents decided to embark on a captivating trip to Mexico. We were accompanied by my 3 younger siblings. It started as a remarkable journey, one that unfolded on a moonlit night. We cruised along a picturesque highway in the state of Guanajuato. However, our tranquil drive took an alarming turn when I noticed an imposing Chevrolet van trailing closely behind us for too long. Feeling a sudden surge of fear welling up within me, I asked my father to allow the mysterious vehicle to overtake us, to pass. Sensing the distress in my voice, my father promptly maneuvered our rental car to the side, granting passage to the van. To my surprise, the van mirrored our actions and pulled over behind us, its driver emerging into the night, brandishing a menacing stick. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father swiftly instructed us all to seek refuge by crouching down in our seats. With determination etched on his face, he accelerated the car. It propelled us forward with an unwavering determination towards the nearest town. A mere 5 miles away, but it sure felt like forever. Despite our desperate attempts to flee this car,
the relentless van quickly closed the distance, this time shrouded in darkness as it extinguished its headlights. Our Buick, pushed to its limits, valiantly persevered, propelling us toward the sanctuary of a nearby hotel. As we approached the hotel's entrance, my father unleashed a cacophony of urgent honks, piercing the nighttime silence. Miraculously, the van, sensing our determination and the prospect of intervention, relinquished its pursuit. It receded into the shadows and disappeared from sight. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the encounter, my father sought solace from the empathetic hotel clerks. It was then that my parents were enlightened about the distressing prevalence of local kidnappings in the area. These encounters usually involve perpetrators who would cunningly disable their headlights, force unsuspecting vehicles off the road, and abduct the occupants at gunpoint. In retrospect, my father revealed to me that the stick that was wielded by the driver was in fact a disguised rifle, adding an additional layer of terror to our already traumatic ordeal. It suddenly became clear why he'd instructed all of us to duck. I've been held against my will twice. The first time it happened to me was when I ran into an ex at a department store. He seemed so happy to see me. We chatted for a while in the store and then went our separate ways. I was walking to my car when I felt eyes on me and looked around. I was confused to see my ex's motorcycle was now parked by my car, and he was standing there staring at me. I felt a little uncomfortable but waved bye to him. However, it seemed he took this as a come over instead. As he walked over to me, he was laughing and saying it must be fate that we ran into each other again in the parking lot. I wasn't so sure about that, but smiled and said it was good to see him again, but that I had to get going. He looked disappointed. I started to get into my car and he asked me to wait. I got back out, turned around and looked at him. He said he had actually just gotten an apartment around the corner and really would like me to come over and see it. If I came over, it would also give us a chance to catch up some more. I said I really needed to get going. He looked around for a minute and then said that he thought he had some items of mine still and that he wanted to give them back. I knew that he had taken some of my CDs when we had split. The thought of getting them back was appealing to me, so against my better judgment, I said okay. We went into his apartment where he took my coat and bag. I was a little uncomfortable with him taking my bag, but thought maybe he was just trying to be polite. He then gave me the tour. It was a nice place, but I didn't have a chance to tell him that because he was talking a mile a minute and saying he was so excited to have me there. We sat down on the couch next to each other where he kept talking about his life. I sat there listening, but wondering when he would get my stuff so I could leave. Finally, he stopped to take a breath, and I asked him about the stuff he had mentioned. He seemed displeased that I'd brought it up. He sat there for a while longer, and then he leaned in, closer to me. I was surprised when he reached out and grabbed my hands, attempting to kiss me. I pulled back and stared at him. I said, "Bruce, this isn't going to happen." He started going on and on about how he knew we'd get back together and how he was not going to let me go this time. I started shaking my head no to what he was saying, which seemed to make him more upset. At one point, he started yelling at me about how he'd been a mess and too young to handle us, but he'd grown up now. He said he deserved another chance to prove it to me, that there was still something there. I was speechless. We'd always had a rocky relationship. The final straw was when he cheated on me with one of my best friends after we'd had a bad fight, so I had zero interest in getting back together. I started to repeat myself that it was not going to happen, When he jumped up off the couch and started pacing around the room, he was getting cagey, like an animal, telling me I couldn't say no, that I couldn't leave until he got a yes. He walked out of the room, and I looked at the door. I could make a break for it, but he had my wallet, my phone, my bag. I was still feeling like an idiot for being there when he came back. I could see when he came back, he was holding a gun in his hand. He kept walking back and forth, now in front of me on the couch. He said nothing had been right in his life since the day that I'd gone, and that he wasn't going to lose me again. I opened my mouth, and he grabbed the phone sitting on the table and threw it at the wall. It broke apart, and I just stared at him. At this point, I had a very bad feeling. I watched him continue to walk around, and I could feel his anger and frustration. I'd never seen someone look so desperate, and that was not good. He finally sat down in a chair across from me. He laid the gun down on the table near him. He was a really good-looking guy. All my girlfriends had thought I was crazy when I broke up with him the first time. I tried to explain that he was unstable, but no one listened to me. He'd worn me down after that first breakup and cycle of makeup, and then the breakup had started again. I'd finally gotten free from him, though, and it had been 2 years since I'd seen him. I sat there looking at him. My mind was having a hard time rationalizing how this cute guy with this innocent look to him was now holding me against my will, essentially having kidnapped me. As I was staring at him, I could see he was trying to get a hold of himself. He finally laughed, said that he was sorry that he was acting so nuts, but that he just couldn't let me leave. He needed me back in his life, and he would never hurt me again. I looked at him and then the gun. He shook his head and said if he used that on anyone, it would be himself. I didn't know what to say to that. I was really having an out-of-body experience. I felt like I was someone else, watching all of this take place. I looked at the clock and realized I'd been there for about 6 hours. I hadn't moved and had hardly said anything. I looked at him and forced myself to smile, which he then smiled. I said, okay, we can try again. You're right, there is still something here. I'll stay with you. You don't need to hurt yourself or anyone else, but if this is going to work, you're going to need to trust me. I really need to get to class. Folks are gonna wonder where I am, and I don't want to tell anyone about this since we're getting back together. But I'll come back because you're right. We can make this work. He got up and walked over to me. He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped me in his arms and hugged me. I soon felt tears hitting my neck as he started crying. He just kept saying, "Thank you, and I love you so much. You'll see things will be different. I have my shit together now." I nodded my head and asked him if he could get my stuff. He said yes and walked away, but he kept looking back at me. I assume he was still making sure I was there. He handed me my things and I said, "Okay, I'll be back later." And he kissed me. I barely kissed him back. As soon as I got out the front door, I ran down the stairs and out of the building. I jumped in my car and never looked back. He called nonstop for a while after that, but I didn't answer. He came by my house and I never answered. Finally, he was gone. However, over the years, he has reached out to my friends, family members, trying to contact me a few times. Believe it or not, he still doesn't have himself together. He's been married many times, has several children, was homeless, and had a few successful businesses and then lost them. I look back and see my time with him. It was one big scary roller coaster ride, and I was glad to get off. My advice to anyone who's broken up with someone like that is don't go back. Don't meet them anywhere. Just let sleeping dogs lie. And if you're kidnapped, keep calm and try to find out what the person wants. Talking to the kidnapper can sometimes help, like in my case. Might even save a life or two. When I was in my early 20s in St. Louis, I lived with my boyfriend. We both worked at a large government agency. We had a large group of friends who would all party together. At one particular party, there were a lot more guys than women. The guys were all playing football, air hockey, and some other games while drinking excessively. I've never been a huge drinker, so I wasn't drinking. I was just hanging out in the kitchen looking at magazines because I found the party to be boring with mostly men playing games. At one point, a guy that I'd seen around town but didn't really know walked into the kitchen and started chatting with me. He said, "Your boyfriend seems to be ignoring you." I told him my boyfriend was really into competition and loved playing in foosball competitions. Then he walked over to me and unexpectedly grabbed me. He picked me up and started walking out the back door. I was kicking and punching him while struggling to get away. Another woman walked into the kitchen at that minute, and I screamed for her to help me. I was frightened, but in shock, since I didn't see it coming. The guy, whose name I didn't know, laughed and told her, "It's okay, we're just playing around. She's fine." The woman ran into the foosball room, grabbed my boyfriend, and told him some guy just carried me out of the house. My boyfriend ran out of the house after us and caught up to us as the man was pushing me into his car. I was still fighting and kicking, but he told me if I didn't shut up, he was going to make me. I was frightened out of my mind. Just as my boyfriend got to the car, the man changed his entire demeanor and said, "Hey man, you were just ignoring her, so I was going to take her to get something to eat." So untrue. My boyfriend quickly analyzed the situation, grabbed my hand, and told the guy, "Hey, I'll take care of her from here." The guy got in his car and drove off. I burst into tears. We went back into the house and called the police. After talking to them on the phone, they said no crime had been committed, and that was it. I have no idea what could have happened to me. Maybe nothing. Maybe something very bad. After that incident, I was always on guard at parties. Actually, I became hypersensitive to my surroundings after that entirely. From that point on, I was always looking to see where the exits were. I always had money and change tucked into a pocket if I had to escape. To this day, I still keep money in my pocket, but I always have my phone with me. I have a tracker on it in case I disappear. My family can track me. I also have a panic button on my home alarm system and cameras that back up to my cloud. Yes, I'm paranoid. Better safe than sorry. When I hear about women at bars or parties getting drugged and assaulted, I realize how lucky I was that I hadn't been drinking, that I had my wits about me. I was also lucky that that other woman saw the situation for what it was and helped me. I also understand after my incident how serial killers grab women, children, and weaker victims right out of public view. It's the element of surprise and not being 100% aware of your surroundings that can put you in the worst danger. So, please stay safe, everyone. During a rough financial spot in our life together, my husband and I spent some time living in our '92 BMW. We're not criminals, addicts, or mentally ill, nor are we the stereotypical chronically homeless type. We're in our early 50s and used up our savings, reduced everything we owned to just our clothing with little else while providing unpaid full-time live-in care for my mother, who's now in a memory care facility. Homelessness was inevitable. After all that time believing that we would be reimbursed by her estate, and we left her home with literally the clothes on our backs, our car, and no money. To avoid the homeless crowd in town, we had chosen to spend nights at a location where we felt safe
We could blend in with like-minded people. We wouldn't appear to be homeless. Car camping or boondocking had always been a fun way that we'd traveled in the past. So we decided to look at it as a long boondocking excursion while we regrouped and built up enough money to start over. My husband is an avid fisherman, so we chose his favorite fishing spot. It's located on the California Delta, about 5 miles from town, and it's secluded at the end of a meandering single-lane country road that ends right at the water. It's a peaceful place with a 1,000-acre vineyard on one side of the road and an 800 sod farm on the other side. The levee runs the length of both, with an area between them which has a small tree and a covered-like park area right on the water. We discovered that having a fishing license was the golden ticket to not being run off for camping by the sheriff or the fish and game officers. A line in the water is legal 24 hours a day and provide a justification for our presence. The remoteness of this location draws people of all walks of life and intention. We'd spent enough time there that we knew all the regular fishermen, as well as the few people who would be there making out in their cars and or getting high, a few Uber, Lyft, Grubhub drivers, a few door dashers, as well as the field workers on lunch breaks. One very cold, socked-in, foggy night just after midnight, we were tucked in, going to sleep, windows up, doors locked, with the sunroof open a bit for ventilation. There were 2 other cars parked about 20 yards from ours. We knew one of them was a regular, the other, a green BMW we didn't know. I'd been asleep only a few minutes when I heard footsteps close to my side of the car. I couldn't make out the silhouettes of the 2 guys wandering around, bending down and picking through the embers of the fire pit. They eventually walked back to their car. I heard the car start and was running for a while when I snuggled back into my pillow. Assuming they'd be leaving, I fell half asleep again. Just as I was beginning to dream, I heard footsteps again. They were whispering to each other as they positioned themselves on either side of our car. One of them said, "Put it up there. It'll be more funner." The other guy laughed, then hesitated just as another car drove right up next to us and parked. It was Bobby. I nudged my husband awake and whispered to him about the guys outside and that Bobby had just pulled up. He sat up slowly and looked out through the condensation on the windows. Still groggy, half asleep, he put his shoes on. Bobby is a friend of my husband's that he met while fishing there a few months before. He always shows up at random hours to fish, so it wasn't unusual to see him this late at night. What was unusual, though, was the way that he was acting. He sounded hurried but friendly, while he casually bumped our car with his hips a few times as he walked around it, talking really loud to the guy outside. "Aw, man, I could really use that. I forgot to stop on my way here." The 2 guys seemed to know him and nervously complied with whatever it was Bobby wanted from them. Bobby continued, "I just bought 2 mopeds from a guy off Craigslist." He opened the back of his van and took one out, then grabbed something from one guy's hand, put it inside the van, and quickly closed the hatch. One of the guys asked Bobby, "Do you know whose Beamer this is?" He replied, "Just some dude and his wife. Here, this is all I have. You can have it, but I don't have any papers." Bobby handed one of them his sack of weed. Oblivious to what Bobby had just done, my husband got out of the car. His size alone can be intimidating. He asked Bobby, "What's going on?" The 2 guys hurried to their car and left. My husband asked, "Who was that?" And Bobby asked, "You don't know them?" My husband replied, "No, why?" Bobby didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Come see what I got." Bobby still seemed very nervous. My husband walked over to the van. They had a quiet conversation out of earshot from me. Then Bobby took the other moped out and put gas into it from a gas can that he'd just taken away from the other two guys. He hopped on, rode away down the levee. My husband returned to the car and got in. He looked confused and asked me what I heard and what woke me up. Now, I'm a stickler for proper grammar. I had almost been asleep, yet remained aware of the presence of the two guys. But when the guy said, "more funner," it snapped me wide awake. I told him what I'd heard just as Bobby had arrived. My husband blew out a sigh of combined relief, shock, and fear. He composed himself and said, "Bobby didn't want to worry you. That driver had been a neighbor of his for a few years. He's a firebug. He just got out of prison." My jaw dropped. Bobby just saved our lives. I'm a 28-year-old female who lives alone in a usually very normal, very boring neighborhood. Every weekday, I leave at 7 and return at 4. Last Friday, I opened my office and did my usual routine until it was time to catch up on paperwork. I reached up to pull down my reading glasses, but they weren't on my head, or my desk, or in my purse. They were nowhere. Worried I left them at home, I pulled up my camera footage to watch myself leave the house. Sure enough, I wasn't wearing them. Just as I was about to close the video, I saw 3 men walking along the sidewalk, and I watched them out of curiosity. I assumed they were heading to the bus stop, but then they turned towards my house. Keep in mind, these are cheap cameras. There's no motion detection. We don't have much crime in my area, so if I don't have a reason to check the recordings, I never see them. Anyway, the men walked across my lawn, went into the backyard, and crawled through my kitchen window. Horrified, I began skipping through the footage, waiting to see them exit. But there was no further movement. They were still inside, in real time. My office is 1 street over from the police station. So a unit arrived there first. As soon as I showed them the video, they sent extra cars to my house. The 3 men had robbed the convenience store behind my street, and their getaway car abandoned them. The police had been searching for them all morning. I watched live footage of several officers entering my house. They could be heard yelling, telling the men inside to freeze and drop their weapons. Then there was the horrifying sound of several gunshots and screams of pain. I've never actually heard someone yell like that. The officers who had stayed with me left immediately, but the fight was over before they arrived. I watched as one suspect was brought out in handcuffs. There was no sign of the other 2. A few minutes later, an ambulance arrived to take away a wounded policeman. I later learned that he was shot in the abdomen, but thankfully, he's expected to make a full recovery. The other 2 suspects were dead, and it was several hours before I was allowed back into my own house. The surviving intruder said they happened to see me leaving this morning and decided to hide in my house for the sake of convenience. They saw I didn't have a ring cam, but didn't look too hard for other cameras until they got inside. Of course, I've since upgraded my security. Now, everything is covered, except for my bathrooms. What freaks me out the most is that my glasses were in the bottom of my purse the whole time. If I hadn't overlooked them on my first search, I would have never checked the cameras. I go months at a time without even opening the app. Had I gone home while those men were inside, there probably wouldn't have been time to call for help. I really don't like thinking about that too much. Oh, and one other neat little fact. The horrifying mess that was created in my home, I had to clean up most of it myself. Otherwise, I would have had to live with it until a cleaning crew could come out on Monday. I'm still waiting on a contractor to fix the bullet holes in my walls. So, yeah, I just really encourage everyone to take their security seriously, regardless of where you live. Last week, my grandmother died. It wasn't unexpected, but yeah, there was still all the usual stuff to deal with. I come from a big family, and most of us live out of town, so that meant that everyone wanted to stay at Grandma's. Except, guess what? We're also poor. Granny's house is a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. It's been converted into a 3-bedroom by giving up the dining room. Granny had 3 boys, and those boys had a bunch of kids who were all grown now with kids of their own, myself being one of them. Tons of people were at this house, and I was planning to be in town for 3 nights. There's no way I was going to stay there, even without my partner, who stayed home to feed the cats. The best solution seemed like an Airbnb, so I found one 10 minutes from Grandma's and booked it. A little context before I get to the next part. This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody. It's also a historically famous town, so they get lots of tourists there. Lastly, I've changed my last name since moving away, and very few people outside of my family know about it. I could have been anyone renting this place. Alright, so this house was in a neighborhood that I know very well. It's part of the reason I picked it. Several of my friends had lived on those streets, and I wanted to drive through just for nostalgia. I hadn't recognized the house's pictures because it had been painted since my time in high school. But once I actually got there, it started to seem very familiar. I just couldn't place why. I was late for dinner with my family and didn't have long to dwell on it until I returned later that night. I'd hoped to go straight to bed since I had to be up early, but I doubt I got more than a couple of hours. Every time I fell asleep, I'd wake up to the sound of something moving around in the walls. I'm plenty accustomed to sharing my houses with the local wildlife, but this sounded like a whole family of raccoons were in a territory war with some possums. I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleepy. Around 3 a.m., I lost my temper, got out of bed, and began banging on the walls while screaming, "If you make one more sound, I swear to Christ I'll rip open this wall and drag you out by the tails." I was crying. My voice was cracking. I looked like a complete lunatic. It wasn't my proudest moment, but strangely enough, it worked. There wasn't another peep for the entire night. That should have been another clear red flag, but I was so tired, I didn't even question it. The next morning, I was so exhausted I didn't even shower. I just went back to Granny's and got to work. One of my cousins is the same age as me, and another is only 2 years younger. So the 3 of us were particularly close growing up. Jennifer's husband stayed behind with their toddler, and Jake enjoys being single too much to ever settle down, so they were also flying solo. We were all talking and cleaning out the hallway closet. They complained about sleeping on the couches and never being able to get into the bathroom, and I complained about the weird noises that kept me up half the night. One thing led to another, and we decided that they would stay with me for the last 2 nights. The house I rented had 2 bedrooms and bathrooms anyway. If I could take a little pressure off everyone staying at Granny's, why not? That night I pulled into the driveway, turned off the car, and just as I was opening my door, Jake started freaking out. He asked me if I was messing with him at least 10 times, and when he realized I was serious, he got mad. I hadn't seen him that angry since we were kids. Then he pulled out a gun from his bag, got my keys, and told us to wait in the car. We definitely should have listened, but we didn't. We followed him inside and straight to the master bedroom. He was so upset, I don't think he even noticed us. He didn't say a word until he got to the closet doors. Then he ripped them open and began yelling for Brandon to come out, or he was going to start shooting into the wall. Jennifer and I were shocked into silence at this point, but then we heard footsteps. They started directly behind the bed and continued around to the closet, where a greasy, disgusting man suddenly appeared from behind a hidden door. I recognized him instantly. He was the creepy kid we went to school with, and we were in his mother's old house. She passed away several years ago, and it was left to Brandon. He had never had much success with women, so he decided to try his luck with Airbnb. Apparently, he only rented to young women traveling alone. Anyone else was turned away. There were also hidden cameras all over the place, including the bathroom. Thank goodness I didn't shower. Brandon was so proud of his setup that he bragged about it to a few friends, and small-town life being what it is, Jake had heard about what that weird kid had ended up doing, but it didn't occur to him to report it until it affected someone he knew. Obviously, things could have been handled better, but I'm just glad no one else will fall victim to this guy. The property's banned from Airbnb, and we were able to provide the police with enough evidence to get a search warrant for his computers. The worst thing he caught me doing on camera was changing clothes and threatening to tear open the walls during my 3 a.m. freakout. But that's all been deleted now. Well, except for what the police needed to keep as evidence. I don't expect Brandon will serve any time over this, but I hope he's had enough trouble that it'll make him think twice before he tries anything like this again. The whole town knows about it too, so he can't fly invisibly under the radar anymore either. Overall, it could have been much worse. So I'm just thankful for bringing Jake and Jennifer back with me that night, even if it did mean sharing Granny's house for the remainder of our stay. My grandma always used to blame the sounds in her attic on a squirrel family she believed had taken up residence in her walls. The guest room I slept in used to be my mom's old room, still decked out in 80s nostalgia, untouched since my mom's graduation. After she left for college, the room was closed up like a time capsule, only to be unearthed every time my grandma would have to babysit me. The decades of dust gathered in the corners of the room. It gave it a musky smell, reminiscent of a secondhand store. I remember there were a lot of scary things about her house that I didn't like when staying there. Outside my bedroom window, there was a large oak tree. The wind would make the branches scratch up against my window. They'd create dancing shadows at nighttime. The limbs of the tree would stretch into hunched creatures if I stared at the shadow too long. I also didn't believe the noises my grandma would blame on the squirrels were actually coming from squirrels. Especially as an adult and being forced to deal with a squirrel problem in my own home. I could separate the sound of skittering from what I used to hear as a child. The skitters in my grandma's house sounded more like soft footsteps and whispers above me. But every time I'd tell her things I'd hear during the night, she was adamant that the source was coming from squirrels. I felt like my concerns had been belittled. Neither of the guardians taking care of me bothered to make my situation better. I thought, maybe it's me. If I'm the only one who's feeling this, maybe I do need to toughen up a bit. I could tell both my grandma and mom were sick of hearing me complain about the bumps in the night. I eventually kept it to myself. I'd attempt to will myself into dreamland every night by ignoring the sounds and shadows that would move around in my room at night. One time I heard the bedroom door quietly open. I squeezed my eyes closed, but then thought it could have been my grandma checking on me. Turning to face the door, I saw that it had been slightly opened, shedding a small amount of light into the room. That's when I saw it, just out of reach from where the light stretched. A shadow grew from the ground into a tall figure. It stood there for a moment, and then it moved into the closet and slowly closed the door. The next morning, I briefly forgot about the night terrors. Then I saw that the room door and the sliding closet door were now wide open. I didn't tell my grandma, however. I was proud for acting like a big boy in a situation I assumed everyone had to deal with growing up. I got pretty good at suppressing my fear when I was there. Then, an odor I hadn't smelled before became prevalent during my visits. It would take my nostrils an hour to adjust when entering the house. They would have to readjust after I'd go outside to play, and then come back in. Flies began to huddle on the windows, not only in my room, but all over the house. Fortunately, the foul smell couldn't be ignored. It got so bad, my mom even noticed one afternoon when she was dropping me off. When she asked my grandma where the hell this wretched smell was coming from, she had a list of possibilities. Most of them involved calling an exterminator to get into the attic and check around. A week or so goes by and she's finally able to get an appointment with an exterminator. When he gets there, he's already dressed like a steampunk astronaut, ready to get into my grandma's crawl spaces. But as decked out as this guy was, even he was unprepared for what we'd soon discover was the source of the smell. Playing outside in my grandma's backyard, I hear a grown man scream in a way that I've yet to hear this day recreated. It wasn't one of those screams you run towards saying what happened. The scream made me pause and think, should I go hide somewhere? A while goes by and the sun has changed positions in the sky. It's a hot day and my grandma keeps coming out with lunch and snacks, but I'm not allowed in the house. A police car pulls into the driveway. Eating a sandwich, I stand there as a cop gets out and gives me a wave while he walks into the house. Next, an ambulance arrives at the house, and then a third car I don't recognize. My mom then pulls into the driveway a bit later. If she'd left work early to get here, this must have been something really bad. The driveway is partway in the backyard, and when she pulled in and saw me by the tree, the first thing she asked is if I'd gone inside. I said no, and then she told me to stay outside before she went in. Both of them eventually walked out behind two paramedics dressed in hazmat suits. They wheel out a zipped-up body bag on a stretcher, and they place it in the car I don't recognize. Mom tried to shield me from watching the men struggle to load the black plastic bag into the back. When I asked what was going on, I was told that when the exterminator climbed into the attic and turned on his flashlight, he found a decomposing dead body. Ironically, the smell it let off had stunk up the neighborhood enough to attract rodents and other little furries in the attic to feast on the remains. Naturally, that part was shared with me later. A more in-depth version was shared with me years later, which is when I learned a homeless man had broken into my grandma's house for an undisclosed amount of time. Then he overdosed and died. When they removed the body and climbed up to inspect the attic, there were dirty blankets, pillows, food, a small portable radio, indicating that he had been living up there for a long time. Worst of all, probably, they found a couple pairs of my underwear amongst his stuff. He died of an overdose and rotted up there, until the overpowering smell made us search. The smell of death is an odor I'll never forget, and I can instantly spot when it's in the air. It is an indescribable, heavy scent that lingers in your hair. I remember I took 1,000 showers that night, and I could still smell it on me when I got out. Growing up, I was raised by a single mother in a very rural area. We only had one other person living on our road, a middle-aged woman named Juniper, but I called her Auntie June. When Mom had to work nights or weekends, I'd just walk across the field and stay next door. When I was really little, Mom used to always explain June's odd behaviors by saying she was eccentric or quirky, but sometime right after my 8th birthday, I overheard her talking with my granddad. He didn't like that she let me spend so much time with that witch. He wanted to take care of me instead, before June had me worshiping the devil. Mom said that he was being ridiculous, and they argued for a few minutes, but Granddad didn't get his way. He was a grouchy, boring old man who made me sit quietly in my room all day because children weren't meant to be seen or heard, as far as he was concerned. They were only there to learn responsibility until they could become contributing members of society. I ran back to my room as he was leaving so Mom wouldn't suspect I heard anything. I wanted so badly to ask how anyone could think Auntie June was a witch, but 8-year-old me just wasn't brave enough, especially after Mom came to ask what I usually did when I went over there. Deep down, I knew we'd done absolutely nothing wrong, but Granddad had given me doubts, so I kept things brief. I loved helping her with her herb garden. That was one of my favorite things to do, and for the longest time, I wanted to be a botanist because of it. We also baked cookies and made jewelry out of rocks, crystals, and beads while watching TV or listening to music. Sometimes she would tell me little stories. Well, I thought that they were just stories at the time. About the horned god, the triple goddess, and different things about nature. But I had a feeling Mom wouldn't like them as much as I did, so I left that part out. Of course, I would soon find out that they weren't fairy tales. They were her actual beliefs. A few nights later, Mom had to work a night shift, which meant I would finally get to ask Auntie June why Granddad thought she was a witch. There was truly nothing I wouldn't have been comfortable talking to this woman about. I ran all the way to her house, burst through the door, and there she was. Before she could even say hello, I said, Auntie, why does my pappy think you're a witch?" Childhood. Fuck that shit. June had been washing dishes and I startled her. The plate she was rinsing slid from her hands back into the sink, and she turned towards me, wide-eyed and tight-lipped. My stomach dropped. I thought that I'd made the nicest woman in the world angry with me. But then she began laughing hysterically. She said people like to call her a witch because ignorant folks tend to slap that title onto any alternative religion. They're the same ones who treat paganism and Wicca like dirty words. I asked if people felt that way because those religions worship the devil, and she laughed even harder. She said it couldn't be explained so easily, that the original structure of the practice had grown and evolved to the point where many different sects now existed, and they all had varying beliefs. I was completely fascinated with all of it. I wanted to learn everything there was to know. But June said that she wasn't sure if my mom would be comfortable with her teaching me those kinds of things. I can't remember what it was, but something she said made me ask if the stories she told me were about her religion. She said that they were a mixture of stories from several belief systems, and only a few had been from her own. Of course, that made my mind run wild, trying to guess which stories, but there were just too many to choose from. I asked her if any of them really worshiped the devil, and she said that some did, but failed to elaborate further. I tried once more to ask which religion she practiced, but she said it was too complicated to put a single name to it without further explanation. Finally, I made one last attempt to clarify. "But you don't worship the devil, right?" She only rolled her eyes and said, "What do you think, child? Do you judge a person by what they believe or by their character?" I took it as one of those things adults said, like it's what's on the inside that counts. Before I could think it through any further, she changed the subject and we baked a batch of brownies, but I was still thinking hard over our conversation. The more I thought about it, I realized she said people called her a witch because that title went with any alternative religion. It only sounded that way because of how she said it. June didn't believe in lying. She was very serious about owning one's truth no matter what, but she wasn't opposed to phrasing things just so. Anyway, the night grew late and we settled into our respective recliners to watch Looney Tunes until we fell asleep. At least that's what we usually did. That night I made myself stay awake, and once I heard the familiar sound of her snoring, I went snooping. It occurred to me that every time any devil or occult stuff was on TV, there was always some kind of scary, evil-looking shrine. I figured if I went through every room in her house and didn't find a shrine, she couldn't be a devil worshiper. Well, I poked through every closet, and I even looked under the beds, but I didn't find anything that seemed suspicious. The next morning, my mom came to wake me up. I felt silly about the whole thing. Within a few days, I forgot about the incident entirely, and life continued as it always had, but only for 2 more years. My mom met a guy not too long after all of this happened, and they got married the following year. When I was 10, we had to move to Utah for my stepdad's new job, and I'll never forget the day I told June. I expected her to be sad, maybe even cry a little like I had, but I didn't expect complete and total fury. She was outraged. She marched right past me and over to my house, like I didn't exist anymore. She didn't even knock. She just barged right through our back door and began telling off my mom. My stepdad had to practically push her out of the house, and she still wouldn't leave our property until he threatened to call the police. I hadn't been far behind her. When I got close enough to hear the yelling, I became even more frightened and hid inside one of our storage sheds. From its window, I could watch the kitchen door and wait for it to be over. Only after I was positive that she was out of sight did I make a mad dash for the house. I ran inside crying. I didn't understand why Auntie June had suddenly become so cruel. And for the longest time, I never would. All that happened almost 20 years ago, but recently, my mom called me in tears. She was damn near hysterical. She has a few friends who still live in our old hometown, and they had just informed her that June decided to take her own life. That hit me hard. Despite the strange way it ended, she'd always been a very large part of my childhood, and I still cherished my memories of our time together. As an adult, I simply reasoned that she'd become overly attached to me and couldn't stand the thought of being alone again. If anything, it was just sad. But it turns out that wasn't the shocking part of the story. The shocking part was why she did it. Apparently, I hadn't searched her house thoroughly enough because she had a fairly large shrine dedicated to Lucifer, hidden behind an access panel in her closet. The police found it during the rescue of a young girl that she had kidnapped, and June chose to die rather than face prison. I still never found out exactly what she called her religion, but thanks to her journals, I did learn why she got so upset about my moving away. It seems she was focusing her efforts on a very specific ritual, one that, if done correctly, would grant her the youth and beauty of her sacrifice. People were comparing her to Elizabeth Bathory, that crazy medieval woman who used to bathe in the blood of her servants. If you haven't heard of her, that's a wild-ass story too. I highly recommend Googling her name. But as for myself, I was clearly meant to be her first victim. For the greatest chance of success, the ritual called for the blood of someone you shared a bond with. She was grooming me. When I left, she had to start over from scratch with a new girl, but she didn't have access to any. She ended up getting a janitorial job at one of the schools and made a new friend there. Eventually, she either lost patience or felt the bond was strong enough, and she was ready to proceed. She was spotted leaving school in the middle of the day with a 13-year-old in her car. Obviously, something was wrong with that picture, no matter what their reasons were, so the police were called. The unit sent to June's home reported their location, and backup arrived shortly after. When no one answered the door, they forced their way inside and found June standing over the unconscious child with a ceremonial dagger in one hand and a silver goblet in the other. She stabbed herself through the heart with no hesitation. The girl went on to make a full recovery. She had been drugged, but no physical damage was done. If I feel this traumatized from my experience, I can't begin to imagine what that poor kid is living with. So yeah, that's my story about the time I idolized a bad witch.
Sometimes it amazes me I lived to tell this story. My husband and I were on vacation at a fancy all-inclusive resort in Cancun, Mexico. We were young. We dressed up and brought all of our best jewelry. Him, a gold Rolex, gold chain and bracelet. Me, my new diamond bracelet and beautiful engagement ring. Everyone was so nice our first morning in paradise, and at breakfast we met a nice young lady who took the time to stop and chat for a while. Later that evening we went downtown to the shopping areas, and we loved it. It was getting quite dark, and we were starting to head back to our resort, when that same super friendly young lady appeared and offered us a ride back to the resort. She was going there anyway. This was fantastic. Yes, we said. We hopped in her van and she told us that we had to make one quick stop. Was that okay? She asked. Of course. On the way, she told us various stories about the places we passed and told us the best places to eat. The conversation seemed really natural, but she managed to ask some specific questions, which, looking back, they were off. Asking us why we were traveling, who in our family knew we were in Mexico, when they expected us back. With the language barrier, it was easy to mistake these as innocent questions about our trip. She pulled up to an insanely loud night spot with a home connected to it right next door. I mean, the music was loud. A locked iron gate surrounded the courtyard. "Come on in," she smiled and beckoned. We jumped out of the van and stood beside her, her hands suddenly shaking uncontrollably as she unlocked the gate. We went in. She shakily locked it. We got to the front door and she opened it, ushered us in, and we were speechless to see a giant room. Not just any giant room, a giant white room. All the walls were white tiles to the ceiling. Along the wall was a giant sink, several hoses. The floors were solid white, with huge drain holes in several areas. The room was very well lit. We were standing with her, and she was shaking more than ever. Innocent, young, and confused, we stood there silently as she called up the stairs. "Julio! Julio! Julio!" When she had no response, she hysterically ran up the stairs, only to find that the one door was locked. She screamed for Julio one more time, telling him she got business for him. No response. She stomped down the stairs and yelled at us, "Let's go," in a completely different tone of voice. She was angry, but we obediently followed her out to the van. Her whole demeanor had changed. She was mean and wild. She drove crazy away from the blasting music next door, speeding away for what seemed like forever. Then, she just came to a screeching halt and yelled, "Get out!" In the pitch black, middle of nowhere, we did again as we were told. It was then we realized our stupidity. Our lives had been spared from a slaughterhouse. The sinks, the noise to cover screams, the drains in the floors, probably all for our jewelry. Julio, the butcher, nowhere to be found that lucky night. We walked until we saw streets, took a taxi back to our resort in complete silence. We locked every piece of jewelry in our safe and thanked God for being spared. We never saw her again, but I'll never forget her.
My dad once volunteered to pick my girlfriend up from the airport after I broke my leg in a skiing accident. This story is told from their accounts. It was near 11 p.m., and my dad, Russ, was sitting in his car, waiting for my girlfriend, Via, to get off the flight. Russ had been sitting there for a while, and the left taillight of the car in front of him had been blinking and flashing randomly. It flittered and blinks, and then he watched a physical spark ignite inside the taillight. It's an older Plymouth, and Russ assumes that it's just wiring. He continues to watch it, though, in case another spark decides to become a flame. Via gets into my dad's car, and right behind her are a couple more passengers from the plane. One is an older man that gets into the passenger seat of the Plymouth. Both cars are pulling out of the arrival lot at the same time. There's a couple mile of highway leaving the airport before getting back to the freeway. The whole time they're following the car with a burnt-out taillight. Then all of the lights in the back end of the Plymouth begin to malfunction. At first, they're watching this light show thinking it's a shame. They're probably going to get pulled over and have no idea why. But then they see the right taillight pop out from the back and bounce on the road, nearly crashing through their windshield. Russ would swerve last minute to avoid the object that was hurling toward them. The highway that they're traveling is a single lane, grass hills on either side. If Russ hadn't been able to correct the car when he fishtailed, Via and him would probably have been killed if they went off that hill at the speed they were going. When the cars aligned right behind the Plymouth again, Their shared anger dissipates into horror as they watch the arm of a small child start to reach out from the hole made in the rear taillight. The arm looks frail or bloody or bruised, all three. They've got it stretched out to their shoulder and they're waving desperately for help. Russ reaches for his cell phone to call the police, but it's dead. Via's phone is almost dead too, but she manages to get the phone call connected long enough to describe the car and part of its license plate. She told them where they were, what they were seeing. When the cars got onto the freeway, the Plymouth picked up speed, and Russ was unable to maintain visuals on the car. He and Via would eventually give up the pursuit 20 miles past their original exit. When they got home and could charge their phones, they filed an official report. They even tried to get information as to if the Plymouth was ever caught or not. We were never able to figure out what happened, but we pray that the police were able to locate the car and help whoever was in the trunk. I was asleep one night after taking some cold medicine, right next to my husband. We were young and newly married, 18 years old. We had rented a tiny one-bedroom house. It was great. It was across the street from the bank I worked at. So anyway, I groggily wake up around 2 or 3 a.m., thinking my husband was touching and messing with me. I sit up, and I see through the light of the street light through the window a man at the foot of the bed. He was kneeling with his hand on the foot of the bed and was intently looking at me. I remember his face and smell like it was yesterday. Once it registered in my brain, I screamed. My husband jumped up. As he was jumping up to face me on his left, the man ran behind him and out of the bedroom door, straight through our small living room and out the front door. My husband thought that I'd had a bad dream and was trying to calm me down. I was hysterical, walked past him and into the living room. The front door was open, and the screen door propped open with a brick. My purse was strewn all across the floor, and the light was on. Our puppy was missing. We didn't have a home phone, as we were rushing to get dressed so we could go use a payphone to call the police. I heard a car door shut. I freaked out more, screaming, "He's stealing our car." As we run towards the front door, a female officer was walking up. I immediately started blubbering, trying to explain. She had caught the guy running across the street in a hurry. Suspicious that time of night, small town, back in 1998. She starts to take him in for being intoxicated. As she did, she spots him putting something in his pocket. It's my change purse. She runs a social off my card. I know, I don't carry it with me anymore. And up pops my address. Since it's a street over, she decides to stop by and check it out. Bless her. Turns out that the guy lived in a motorhome across the street. I worked the drive-thru at a small bank right next to it. I walked to work. He'd also been in my home previously, because small items missing from my home were found in his RV. He left almost $500 in my purse. He took my change purse with maybe $40, my social security card, and a photo. He also took a butter knife, a dish towel, and, if I remember correctly, a small flashlight we had. He'd stolen a carton of cigarettes that my husband had just bought. Those were in his RV. He had gloves, tape, and rope on his person. He was there for more than earthly possessions. This was back in 98. He took a plea and was put away for 15 years. Included in his list of charges was another sexual offense. His rap sheet was lengthy with sexual offenses. He was in his 50s. I was 18. I found out about 5 years later that there was way more to the story than I could have imagined. There was a string of break-ins, assaults, and rapes around a local university back in 97, 98. The assailant would break in as the girls were sleeping, and when he was able to, he taped their eyes closed and did terrible things. One of the girls caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his arm. Once it was televised on the news, the attacks abruptly stopped. That university was in the next town, 15 minutes from our little house. Laws had just changed, and the man's DNA that broke into my home and matched the DNA from at least 5 other cases. I suddenly started seeing how truly blessed and protected I'd been. I was used as a witness because the MO was the same, and at that point, he was a serial rapist. All the other 5 girls were 17 to 24 years old, and we all looked similar. He was put away with 2 60-year sentences. I'm sorry this was so long. I've never really told my story, not often. One time I was telling it to a new friend during the in-between time when it had happened and when the DNA connection was made. She didn't believe me. She actually called me after the other trials when she saw the news and apologized. I think it's time to just own my story and move past it. Thanks for taking the time to read it. Oh, P.S. For those of you that were wondering, we did find our puppy. About 3 days later, after combing every street around us, he ended up a couple of streets over on a back road behind where the RV was parked. He seemed unaffected, but we sure were thrilled to have him back. When I was 21, I went on a mother-daughter vacation with my mom to South Carolina. On our last night there, we decided to finish off our rum and coke and relax in the hot tub. Though it was dark, my mom wanted to walk on the beach and feel the waves come up on the shore one last time. As we walk the beach down to the water, my mom's quite a bit ahead of me. And suddenly, I see a group of people taking a nightly stroll. At first, I thought it was innocent. I took my drink with me and was just finishing it off as the group of people came into view. Then I noticed it was a large group of young men, probably mid to late 20s, about a dozen of them. I realized that they were watching me finish my drink, and the beginning of the group had walked a little bit past me and then stopped, while the others remained in front of me, also stopped, meaning I was suddenly surrounded by them. I became very aware of every inch of my skin that my bathing suit was revealing, and I knew that they knew I was drinking. They also thought I was alone, since my mother was down at the waves and far enough away to seem like a third party. I went to walk between what I saw was an opening in the group, but as I did, 2 of these men touched me, grabbing my sides and shoulders to keep me in the center of their man-made circle. I told them to get off me, not to touch me, and they held their hands up dramatically, as if I was being unreasonable, telling me to calm down, sweetheart. They let me keep walking, but continued circling me as they did, trying to talk to me while I was focusing on my mother and trying to ignore them. It had only been a few seconds, but it felt much longer. One of the guys then grabs my ass from behind, and at this point I'd had enough. I go to turn around and confront the man, but another grabs my arm, pulling me closer to him, tightly. My back is against his front, and I realize I have no good angle to hit this guy or a way to escape. So, I scream, as loud as I can. The men only get closer. Suddenly, my mom turns around, and she saw what was happening. I then hear a roaring yell coming from her direction. She's screaming, "Hey, you better get the hell away from her." And she's running towards us. Half of the group is thrown off by the sudden involvement of this woman, but a couple stick around, specifically the guy that wouldn't let me go. He tells the woman to mind her own business. This time, my mom's close enough that she doesn't need to use her words. She grabs one of my arms, pulling me from the man, while simultaneously kicking him right in the balls. He releases me, and as he hit the ground, we quickly stormed off the beach, back to our hotel and hot tub. We told the hotel staff about the men, asking them not to let them in the hotel. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the gates to the beach, expecting them to walk through. If not for my mother, I don't know what they would have attempted. Neighborhood Watch, April 3rd. Notice. There was a prowler spotted looking into windows on 84th Street. He's believed to be involved in a string of break-ins. Witnesses who saw the man began honking. The attention scared him away. Sunglasses, blue surgical gloves on his hands, brown hair, approximately 6 feet tall. Remember to lock your doors and please keep an eye out for this individual. Call the police if you see him. Comment 1, April 6th. I saw him walking down Kellogg Avenue yesterday. Just saw this post. Didn't know he was up to no good. Comment 2, April 7th. Could have been the same guy I saw up on Madison. Jean jacket, tall, short brown hair, walking awfully slow around the cars parked on the street. Got a weird feeling about him right away. Comment 3, April 9th. This man broke into my house last night after my daughter and I got home from the store. We're still pretty shaken up about the whole thing. It was the scariest situation I've ever been in. We got inside, my arms filled with bags. My daughter Maddie is using my cell phone to talk to her dad and walks into her room. I shut the door behind me with my foot and walked to our kitchen to set the groceries down. It's about 20 feet away, but before having a chance to even unbind myself from the heavy bags, I hear the front door behind me open and close again. Thinking my daughter had forgotten something in the car, I didn't instantly turn around, responding to what I heard. Nobody had been home yet today, and most of the lights in the house were still off. I'd just turned on one of those in the kitchen when I finally turned around. This man was standing just inside the door, completely still. The kitchen's glow barely reached to where he was standing, but clearly what I was looking at was not my daughter. I dropped the remaining groceries that were in my arms, and I scrambled to the closest thing that I could find to protect me, which was a steak knife in the sink. I start screaming at him with obscenities and threats that I'll refrain from quoting here, but Maddie heard them. She came running from her room and saw me pointing a long knife at someone in the dark. I told her to call the police on Mommy's phone, and thankfully I taught her how to do that in case of an emergency when she was 3. My eyes never left the man. I tell her to hang up with Dad and call the police now. That's when the man took a step forward. I matched his step with my knife still fully outstretched. He was weighing his options, and to my relief, he decided to turn and run away. The police showed up less than 6 minutes later, but by that point he was gone. They couldn't find him. So thanks to TikTok's Kia challenge, almost everyone knows exactly how easy it is to steal my car. If you're one of those few who still hasn't seen it, like I was, then allow me to enlighten you. These dicks figured out a way that you can start the engine with a frickin' USB plug. All you gotta do is rip off the plastic thing under the wheel and rip out the part that you put your key inside of. Then a USB port fits perfectly in place of a key. God, I still can't believe this shit. I used to own a 2015 model, but I lived in a rural area outside of a small town until January 17th, when I moved to the suburbs of a bigger city. Just 2 days later, my car was stolen on a Friday night. Well, it was around 1 a.m., so technically Saturday, but whatever. That morning, I showered, ate, and all that good stuff before I planned to spend the weekend settling into my new place. Aside from stocking the kitchen, it's a bigger house than my old one, so I wanted to get a few new things to fill in the empty spaces. Except when I got outside, my car was gone. Since my new refrigerator came the day before, I had parked on the curb to let the delivery truck pull into the driveway, and I never moved it back. I doubt that it would have prevented the theft, but at least my Ring doorbell would have gotten a better shot of the assholes that took it. All mine caught was a tall person dressed in black, but the neighbors were kind enough to share theirs, too. The collective footage reveals another Kia pulling up behind mine, but none of the driver's features are discernible through the tinted window. From the time they pull up to the moment they drove off, it only took a few seconds. That's when the police explained how simple it was. They also said that the cars are sometimes found in hours, sometimes in days or weeks. Sometimes it's never. I spent most of the first day reading stories from other Kia owners, including one lady who lost her car the day before she moved. I can't even imagine how much that must have sucked. Of the people who actually got their cars back, many reported that it was stolen by teens going for a joyride. In some cases, the kids actually recorded their crime. Unfortunately, the majority of those ended their video by crashing, some on purpose, some by accident. But, out of the ones I read at least, those were usually solved within the same day or the next. Then there were the stories where cars were stolen specifically to commit other crimes. Those got pretty scary. They weren't all gas station and liquor store robberies. Some were straight-up kidnappings and murders. One guy said they used his car to trick his girlfriend into coming outside when they tried to abduct her. Thank goodness she was able to get back inside and call the police. Another guy's car was stolen from a parking garage and found weeks later with a dead body in the trunk, while others have been covered in blood and all kinds of fluid. I knew when reading those that, yeah, this feels more like my luck, but I was still hoping for joyriders. If I was really lucky, they would get pulled over before wrecking and everything would be fine. But yeah, that didn't happen. Yesterday, just over a week after being stolen, my Kia was found. Rather than trying to convey this in the same choppy order I learned it, I'm just going to tell you what actually happened. Again, this is a late Friday night, early Saturday morning situation. Only this time it's out in the middle of nowhere, on some random back roads. A couple in a large Chevy were on their way home when a Kia came speeding around a curve, almost hitting them. Both drivers swerved to avoid a collision, which sent my car careening off-road, where it flipped and rolled down a small embankment. The truck's driver pulled over safely and rushed to the embankment while his wife called for help. Upon shining his light over the edge, he saw that the passenger was already pulling the driver out of the wreckage. The man from the Chevy held out his flashlight while the two Kia boys climbed up the embankment. Back at the couple's truck, the wife was still on the phone with 911, and the man who'd been driving the Kia asked if he could speak to the operator. Only, once he got the phone, he hung up and pulled out a gun. The passenger had one as well, and they fled in the Chevy. Had the wife not already called for help, they would have probably been stranded overnight or worse. I'm so grateful that they weren't hurt as well. When police arrived, they searched the wreckage and found plenty of blood, both new and old. While some clearly came from the crash, the older stains in the trunk and the back seat, they belonged to someone else, someone who probably isn't alive anymore, judging by the quantity. They also found broken liquor bottles, drug paraphernalia, a leather bodysuit, a bag of adult toys, a blow-up doll that had been buckled into the back seat like a real person. It had popped during the crash, but the strangest part about that one was that someone had blacked out the eyes and colored SpongeBob squirt pants on the waist. They didn't just half-ass it either. It was done with a Sharpie and drawn in big, fancy bubble letters, like the actual cartoon. I don't care what the hell people do in or with their own property, but seriously, what the hell? At this point, I'm glad I won't be getting the car back. Even if it wasn't totaled, it would be evidence now anyway. The suspects were described as likely being in their 20s, and the police are still searching the area. But that's all the information that I've been made privy to. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. The officer who gave me this information, he had to ask if any of the items were mine. They weren't, and I understand he had to be sure, but having a 50-something-year-old man explain there's nothing wrong with assisted self-pleasure was a special kind of awkward, one that I never anticipated experiencing. That was the real horror in all of this. Well, thanks for letting me vent. I'm not sure what kind of car I'll get next, but I'm positive it won't be a Kia.